many people, you and I, maybe just one or two or three bad decisions or traumatic events away from being homeless ourselves.
Not every homeless person is homeless because they're lazy, because they don't care they have a drug problem or alcohol problem, but something may have happened where they can't take care of themselves. For me, it was mental illness.
People were homeless because they liked it. That's not the case. People are homeless because they've been victims of crime, particularly domestic violence. They are homeless because of mental or physical handicap. They're homeless because they have no job skills, or the job skills they have are now totally obsolete. So there are a number of reasons for people being homeless.
They're looking for a way to survive and to become part of community. We can make a huge difference.
Homelessness creates a bleak picture. It is often assumed that homeless people are harmful, unproductive, and a nuisance to society. Many times there is a misconception that homeless individuals are looking for money for alcohol and drugs or are involved in crime. But are these myths or reality? Can all people in the homeless community be categorized under one umbrella? Are they not individuals with their own identity, like the general population?
About 11 years ago, I was happily married, and my marriage just fell apart. And I went through a period of just walking the streets crying for about a year and a half. And at that time, I didn't know that that was called clinical or major depression.
Jacob is one of the many individuals who found himself on the streets due to his mental illness. Having lost his job, a broken marriage, and also suffering from muscular dystrophy, he fell victim to homelessness.
I couldn't get it together, just the crying and the depression. And someone told me that maybe I should seek some help. Actually, my physical being, I had deteriorated to the point because I couldn't take care of myself.
But Jacob is just one of the many with a story to share.
I became homeless after I lost my husband to kidney cancer a couple of years ago. I was staying with a friend, but it turned out to be kind of disastrous. There were some things going on that I didn't want to be a part of. So I found myself with some money, but not enough to really go anywhere and do anything.
For Yvonne, a mother of 3, it was a situation she had never experienced or anticipated after dealing with a bad marriage.
It was shocking. It was frightening. Scary. You don't know what to do, who to talk to.
Many simply don't have the support system and want to live a normal life.
I always gave parties and cooked dinner. I want to see my friends and my family. You know, I miss that.
I want to be in a home where I can have all of my family come at the same time.
These individuals all have different stories that have brought them to homelessness, but one fact has become apparent. Research indicates that with rental costs growing faster than incomes and a nationwide shortage of approximately 2 million affordable units, the lack of housing is the #1 reason for homelessness.
Living paycheck to paycheck meant that they couldn't keep up with the mortgage. And they couldn't keep up with the mortgage. They would lose the home, lose the condo, the apartment. They would move in with relatives or they would move in with friends, and then they would ultimately wear out that ability to be housed with somebody else, and then they would end up either in a shelter or in a motel or ultimately in the street.
With the mortgage crisis and people losing their homes, people haven't been saving as much as they should be saving. I think people are starting now to end up in crisis situations where they don't have the ability to stay in their homes.
Today, agencies such as Upward Bound House and Step Up on Second are part of a movement making a difference for the homeless community.
Step Up is a psychosocial rehabilitation program for people with mental illness, and as part of that we provide comprehensive services. We provide 2 meals a day. For homeless members we have shower and laundry facilities. We also provide vocational training and assisted employment.
Step Up has been excellent in providing me an opportunity to take me where I was and help me move up.
Step Up on Second has been working with the homeless population since 1984.
We provide here at Step Up and all of our other future housing projects a permanent supportive housing. That means it's permanent, that it doesn't go away, people can stay the rest of their life, and it's supportive, that it's connected with supportive services. So if you walked in a unit, you would see something that looks like a college dorm room. It's about 300 square feet, it's a small efficiency, it has a bathroom, and then one room which has a small kitchenette, a bed, and a small living area. And since these units target homeless individuals, to have a modest space is actually a very good thing.
Housing is rent subsidized through the federal government, and residents are required to pay 1/3 of their income. In addition to housing, it's a place that also teaches independent living skills.
So I went from helplessness, hopelessness, homelessness to housing.
Jacob, a resident of Step Up on Second, gives back by helping homeless individuals understand how to get back on their feet and appreciate life.
Work means so much to people with mental illness. Work is a measure of self-esteem for a person, and so maybe I can't work, but I can facilitate groups.
People do treat you differently when you're on the streets, but the important thing is what are you doing? Which way are you headed? What road are you on? And that's what Step Up does for us every day, is to help us in that area.
Step Up on Second has helped individuals like Les find a way to utilize their talent.
Something that's brand new that I'm a part of, it's called the Learning Center. And I kind of built this, or should I say I'm building it. And it is a place where people can come and study formal education.
While Step Up on Second helps individuals, Upward Bound House, a social services agency, assists families. They have been running Family Place, a 21-unit facility for families in a residential neighborhood.
Most people, when they think about homelessness and shelters, think about the chronic homeless. They don't think about families with children.
Statistics indicate over 10,000 children under the age of 18 lack the safety and stability of a home. At Upward Bound House, they find a place to call home. But families have to prove they are willing to make the change.
We do background checks, we do criminal checks. We're a clean and sober facility, so families have to demonstrate that they've been clean and sober for at least a year. If there's mental illness, they have to be med compliant.
While the program is free, families must meet certain requirements.
We don't charge rent, we don't charge for any of our services. Our program is free for our clients. But what we do require is that our families are employed, the parents are employed, and that they save a minimum of 75% of their monthly income into an account we help them set up at First Federal Bank. And typical families with us between 6 and 9 months, where we help them stabilize, we provide case management, education and counseling, and actually we provide placement into permanent housing as well.
Upward Bound opens doors for families and single parents. It has seen a 95% success rate of families remaining in permanent housing at least a year later.
I think one of the things that makes Upward Bound House so unique is that we serve an entire intact homeless family. Unlike many other agencies where they'll separate an adult male from women and children, we believe it's critical to keep the family unit intact during this crisis period. So we actually will have intact families that we serve, and in fact we'll also have single dads with minor children that we serve here as well.
While institutions are there to provide support, individuals recognize nothing should be long-term.
Do not get comfortable, because when you get comfortable, you get in that satisfied mode. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't need nothing else. Shelters are temporary. They're not permanent housing.
Nobody's going to walk up to you and ask you, are you homeless? well, let me tell you what you should do. You got to have an inside track. And that's what I had.
What ends up happening is that whenever there's an incident, they get taken to General Hospital. A hospital stay on an emergency basis will cost the public $10,000, $15,000, $30,000. For $30,000, you can probably house 2 or 3 households for a year. And so the provision of housing and services in housing will dramatically cut the cost of providing the services for the homeless.
Many feel homelessness is a societal issue that can be addressed with the help of the community. At some level, we can all participate to make a difference.
The solutions will come from all of us. Some are simple, a place to sleep. Some are a job. But psychiatric work is necessary for some. Drug and alcohol addiction counseling is also necessary. But we have to start somewhere.
I think there's a lot of ways for the community to get involved, and I think one of the broader things is to help reincorporate and reintegrate families and homeless people into a community. And that involves volunteerism, that involves reaching out and participating in that process of families becoming reincorporated into their communities.
They tend to think that addressing the needs of homeless in a neighborhood attracts crime, attracts violence, and really it doesn't. If you look at the well-run social service facilities that we have in the city, they're very stable, and they are positive contributors to the community.
Venice resident Bill Magalo has taken up the cause on his own. He has been working with the homeless community for the past 7 years as Bill the Barber.
I was not a barber, I was not trained as a barber, but I taught myself how to do it. And I figure over the last 10 years, the 7 years I've been doing it, I've probably given about 15,000 haircuts. I give, on the average, 20 haircuts a day.
Bill now has 2 people who also help him. But the experience has been a learning process, and one that has helped him understand the homeless community.
The homeless whom I deal with and whom I know, some of whom I know extremely well, are not the same as some of the people that merchants have a problem with, and that some of the residents have a problem with. The people I work with, for the most part, are more sociable than some of the other homeless. There are people who are willing to come out and be around other people in order to get food or in order to get a haircut.
From Bill's perspective, the haircut is more than just grooming and provides a sense of communal belonging.
It's not just the haircut. A lot of it is about the bench. Usually do it on a bench, and everybody gathers around. People are waiting for their haircut, and the conversations that go on are they're very open, and they're very friendly, and there's a lot of joking going on. And so people, even after they get their haircut, they'll just hang around.
And when it comes to advocating rights,
they live here as much as we do. The air belongs to them. The ocean, they should have just the same accessibility to the beach as anybody else.
Carol Bolander, another Venice resident, feels more needs to be done for the homeless.
I think that this is a historical problem. This means that our city fathers have not been taking care of the people for many years, probably since they closed the mental health facilities. I think that there needs to be a conscious effort to provide wraparound housing and services for the homeless.
She feels the lack of housing is leaving many to stay in their RVs.
I think the city has so long not been taking responsibility for the problems.
And the city is working to make changes.
We're in the process of working on one location where we'll put 50 homeless people with permanent services to give them a shot at coming out of the darkness. We'll hook it into Chrysalis, a great community group that provides job opportunities. We're looking for more housing for low-income people.
The problem is definitely one that needs to be addressed, whether on a personal level or city level. But one thing is clear, understanding the cause and resolving it with a solution. And as members of society, we can all do something to bring about a change.
There are many ways that people in the community can help, and I know for us and every other nonprofit organization, having the community support us in whatever way makes sense to them is essential to our success.
It's enriched my life in ways I can't even begin to enumerate.
Come down here sometime and just mingle. And don't take what you see as all it is.
It goes a long way to helping them get back on that path to success.
There are some amazing people residing in this community. The only thing that's wrong is that they're poor.
Once we bond with people who don't have much going for them, that gives them a sense of hope, and it gives us a sense of purpose. We all can be part of the solution of homelessness.
If I can love you like I love me, I think the world would be a better place.
Homelessness. It's not their issue, but an issue that affects all of us.
World of computers, there are a lot of little things you need to look out for, like viruses that can slow down or damage your computer, or spyware or pop-up ads that are not only annoying, but can pose a security risk. But you don't need to feel small and helpless. Use an internet firewall. Update your software often. Use antivirus and anti-spyware programs, and never open email attachments from someone you don't know. For more information, visit staysafe.org.
Great change begins with small choices.
One decision to help finds another.
Doing whatever you can, however big or small.
One simple decision.
One.
Just one. That's how great change begins.
Tune in October 19th through 25th to see how your favorite TV shows participate.
LA City View Channel 35. Your city, your channel.
October 23rd, 2009. We're here in the John Farrow Council Chamber, room 340 of City Hall. We meet here every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. I want to welcome the public that is here today, as well as our viewers on Channel 35 who have joined us. Channel 35 broadcasts each of these meetings live throughout the city's cable system for your convenience, and also rebroadcast them in the evening on tape. We also have two other ways to follow the City Council for your convenience. One is on the internet, and you just navigate to our city's homepage at lacity.org and click on the links to the live streaming webcasts of our council meetings. And we also archive all of our past council meetings on video there as well. Those are linked to our agendas, which are also available online, and all of the support materials for each of the items that we discuss here in council is available to the public. So what we read, you read, and it is all there for your enjoyment. Also on our website is a bunch of links to our city departments and city services to improve the quality of life in your neighborhood. And finally, you can use your telephone to listen into the council meetings by calling the following number. It's 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY. It's called Council Phone, and you can listen in to any of the individual items that we have before us in the council or our committee meetings as well. I want to thank those council members who are here pursuant to council rules on time. Those are council members Labange, Parks, Perry, and Zine. With myself, that is 5 members, and we require another 5 to constitute a formal quorum, or 2/3 of our 15-member body. So council members Alarcon, Hahn, Alarcon, Hahn, Koretz, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, and Wesson, please join us right away. Both council members Cardenas and Weezer are excused today on city business. Our agendas are available in the back. Those are also available, as I mentioned, online. Those are made available to the public 72 hours in advance or 24 hours in advance for our special meetings. Each of the items on there is detailed, and if you'd like to be heard on any of the items, please feel free to fill out a speaker card and hand that to one of the sergeants at arms at either aisle, and we'll be sure to include that in the mix. Items have either had public hearings in committee or have not. Those that have had public hearings already require a council member to reopen the public hearing for your card to be heard automatically here. For any items that have not yet had a public hearing, your card from the public will automatically trigger a hearing here in the full council. Finally, at the end of the meeting, we have, at the beginning of the meeting, but after we run through the agenda, we take public comment, which is for items that are not on the agenda, but nevertheless under the jurisdiction of the City Council as well. And each Friday we do a series of presentations, and those honor organizations and individuals, notable dates and accomplishments throughout our great city. And this Friday is no different. We will be hearing 6 of those this morning before the outset. But again, if we could make a second quorum call for council members Alarcon, Hahn, Koretz, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, and Wesson. And we will begin our first presentation in just about 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you for your patience while we wait those late council members. to recognize for our first presentation Councilmember Dennis Zine from the 3rd Council District for a very special presentation on TV for radio.
Morning. Morning, guys. No, you're going to stand here with me. You guys are going to be on television. Here we are. Radio guys on television.
Dennis Zine, the best radio face I've ever seen. Let's go.
How's Mrs. Garcetti this morning?
Great, thank you.
All right. Well, it's a happy Friday. And standing with me, Chris Little, KFI News Director, and also the Marketing Manager, Neil Saavedra. We oftentimes recognize people in Los Angeles for doing wonderful activities, and we had some major fires called the station fires recently in our area. I'll take off your visitor pass. They want to take, now you got through the Iron Gate, you're okay. All right. So during these recent wildfires, the station fires, and other fires associated in this area, the importance of reliable communications networks in time of emergency came present. So as I was driving around, I turned to our alleged all-news radio stations, and one station was doing programming of mortgages and infomercials, and the other one was telling me how to cook. And I'm trying to find information about fire and the evacuation routes and evacuation locations. And as I changed the dials on the AM, I came upon KFI. When faced with looming evacuation orders, thousands of people being evacuated, quickly changing fire conditions, and limited access to television since you're in a car, and no internet available, many residents, including myself, turn to radio for information that we need for locations to evacuate and where those centers are. In this particular firestorm, one radio station in our region, one radio station broadcasts continuously that information. And the all-news radio stations did not do as we would anticipate, but instead they discussed other activities not relating to the fire. In the midst of a natural disaster, and we have those in Southern California, the stations continue in their regular mode on most occasions. However, there's one station, KFI, AM 640. That one station broadcasts continuous coverage of fires from its studios and on-scene timely reports from its field reporters. KFI provided critical information to residents during their time of need and desperation. In recognition of their outstanding broadcast in time of crisis, I present the certificate to KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk radio, for broadcasting critical updates and continuous coverage to the residents of Los Angeles during the recent fire outbreaks across this county. When an emergency situation arises, radio broadcasts afford listeners access to the latest information, providing guidance and up-to-the-minute information as to evacuation orders, available shelters, and other emergency services. To KFI, your on-scene reporting, continuous coverage, and preemption of regular, including national, scheduled programming during these fires provided an invaluable service to the people of Los Angeles and Los Angeles County. While other radio stations tout their all-news programming, KFI was truly the all-news station during this tragic incident and is to be commended by the Los Angeles City Council. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk radio. And here we have Chris Little, recognition for the fine work. And I'm sure that you and the folks at KFI had no idea that we were even listening or concerned, but we were, and we want to acknowledge for what you folks did, because when you don't do the advertising, you lose the money, but you did keep Los Angeles informed. So for that, we recognize you. Chris Little, the microphone is yours
And,
here at the more
just
stimulating
before-
city council chambers.
Just before that, we have actually one more council member that wants to add his good wishes as well, and I do personally appreciate you cutting, I know Dennis Zine was on the radio when you had to cut him off during that to do the station fire updates, and we all had a breathe a sigh of relief when that happened. So Mr. LeBond is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Radio is so important, but I'll tell you, a friend of mine who lived to be 92 in Los Angeles, when he after migrating here from England and living in Canada, he remembered in the 1930s working in a farm in Canada, just to tell you how powerful your station is with the clear 50,000 watt signal, they would listen to KFI up there. And back then, it was quite a treat, he said, to hear Los Angeles radio. KFI has the strongest voice, I believe, than anyone with the history and wattage to that 50,000 plus watts. I only wish you were still in Los Angeles, whether it was on Vermont, when you used to be on Vermont, or at 6th and Ardmore. Now you're in Burbank, I think, which is okay. A nice town. But we'd rather have you in Los Angeles, so if you ever come by and come back to need another studio, please see us. Congratulations. Thank you for keeping people updated. And Shannon right here does a great job for you. Give her a big hand there from KFI.
Shannon
Field
Farron.
reporter.
I would just like to mention that Shannon does not have a front license plate on her vehicle. Station vehicle. I would just like to say that we take our responsibility very seriously, and although we do have a lot of fun at the radio station, I think the news department acts as a sort of a balancing act for the radio station. But what we do is we don't take sides in the news department, as you see. We marshal all of our reporters and editors and everybody available when there is some sort of a disaster, and we get to it, and we just don't mess around. And I thank you. This is a real honor, and I really appreciate it. And Mr. LaBonge, thank you very much for your kind words. And Councilman Zine is the same.
And also, while we don't have Ken and John here, I must admit that they did broadcast information on the fire during their programming and not attacking us during that particular tragedy.
Well, that's rare. Takes a fire.
Neil.
Once on Ken and John, and then they didn't like what I was saying, so they, instead of saying, thank you, Councilman, goodbye, they just kind of left me hanging there, and I thought that wasn't right of them, but I just want to let you know, that's the only time I did not have a clear signal from KFI. I was talking to them, and they left me hanging there, but that's all right. It's show business. But thank you, KFI.
Hug it out, Councilmember. Hug it out. It's okay.
Briefly, thank you very much. This is wonderful. From a lifelong Angelino, I think in Mr. LaBonge's district, and we are, I think, a member of the Hollywood. I think we're involved. So we really are a Los Angeles station. Nothing pleases us more than to get the news out in Los Angeles. I know that it comes across as a bunch of angry white guys the majority of the time. I am here mostly because I'm Mexican. I just wanted to show you that, yes, KFI does employ Mexicans. We do exist in the building. We do have a voice. And more importantly, the amazing work that is done in the news department. It does mesh. You do hear them together, and oftentimes the loudmouths get the praise, and the wonderful news and being part of the community does not. So this is wonderful and amazing. Thank you.
And tell me you're the marketing manager.
Yes, I'm the director of marketing, and also can be heard on Sunday mornings as Jesus. So wake up early and listen every Sunday morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, and congratulations again. Thank you for your great service. Our next presentation will be Council District 10 and Councilmember Herb Wesson.
Good morning, Mr. President and members. Today is my favorite Friday. It's Pet Adoption Friday. Today we have a beautiful young lady, well, two of them, that are with us today, but one of them is looking for a home. Her name is Phoebe. She is around 2 years old, and I'll let you say what she is,
She's an Italian,
Louder.
Italian Greyhound with Chihuahua mix.
An Italian Greyhound with a Chihuahua mix. That's an interesting combination. Anyway, Phoebe is ready to go, and you can see she's as sweet as she can be, and she's just looking to to come home and entertain you, looking for love. In fact, if you're looking for unconditional love, you can't do better than one of the companion animals that we have at our shelters. Now, for those of you that are interested in adopting this good-looking little dog here, please call 888-452-7381. Or if you're listening to this on the speakerphone or watching this Channel 35 and you're in or around the building, we'll keep Phoebe here for a little longer and you can come and get her. About 75% of the animals that we get adopted are adopted by city employees and visitors that are here in the chambers today, or visitors to certain employees. So please, look at this face. She's not going to get any bigger. She can cuddle up with you. She does well with children and other people. And remember, when you adopt a pet from us, basically what you're doing, you're saving a life. We just can't house all of the dogs and cats and other animals that we get, so we're dependent upon Los Angelinos to come and help us adopt Phoebe, save her life. If you call and you're informed that Phoebe has already been adopted, don't fret. We have hundreds of companion animals that you can come to one of our shelters, and I'm sure you'll fall in love with. Again, if you're interested in Phoebe, call 888-452-7381. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wesson. And we'll recognize Councilmember Parks from the 8th District as our next presenter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, today we have some very special people here today. Many of them you may have seen on television and athletic events, and we're honoring them in another capacity. But I'd like to ask Armando Muniz to come up, one of our local prize fighters champions. Gwen Adair, which you've seen on television as a referee, first female ever to referee a championship bout in the United States. Also, Josie Mejia, and they're here as representing the World Boxing Hall of Fame. Armando is the president, Gwen is the executive director, and Josie is the treasurer. And what the Hall of Fame is getting ready to celebrate is 30th anniversary with their banquet tomorrow. They call it the Champion Induction Ceremony. It's on October the 24th. But the World Hall of Fame, Boxing Hall of Fame, is a nonprofit organization. It's established as a Boxing Hall of Fame. It educates the public and informs the general public of the noteworthy professional boxers and the history and background of professional boxing and boxers themselves. Everett Sanders founded this organization in 1978. The World Boxing Hall of Fame recognizes and honors great professional boxers. If you are a boxing fan, one of the greatest events to go to is one of their induction ceremonies where you can see up close and personal all of our local favorite boxing heroes from today and in the past. They promote local amateur sports. They also give out scholarships for both men and women and also provide services for former professional boxers, trainers, and managers. They also, one of their hallmarks is to promote sportsmanship as a part of the sport. So today we are honored and would like to adopt the resolution that's here before City Council in which we are declaring October the 23rd as World Boxing Hall of Fame Day in the city of Los Angeles. I'd like to ask Armando to come up. Unfortunately, I'm not like Mr. Buffer that can say Armando Muniz. Come on up here. You got to say something.
I'd like to thank Councilman Parks tremendously for this great honor. It just goes. He's always been one of our greatest supporters, and we appreciate that. The Hall of Fame is in his 30th year. We have our Banquet of Champions tomorrow, and we'll do what we always do. But one of the things that ties in with this, we also support amateur boxing, and amateur boxing is where all the young kids start. It's not that we want to make all kids fighters. It's just that boxing shows kids how to go the right way. And believe me, when you guys are trying to do something like work with the kids in the disabled neighborhoods, it's boxing that'll get them going. Not that baseball is good and not good or soccer or whatever, but boxing shows them the hard knocks of life, and then they go in the right way. And I want to thank you very much for having us here today and joining us with the celebration of the 30th anniversary of the Hall of Fame. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and don't leave, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Moniz, I have a great honor to call you champion.
Thank you.
I can tell you that as a youngster, I recall my dad listening to the fights, and your name came up over and over again, and you have left great memories for many of us. I take great pride to stand here and acknowledge your presence, not only as a champion, but the fact that you're able to say to the public what our young people need.
Well, thank you very much, and want to make clarify this here. It was education. I was able to finish my college education. I got my master's degree later on in life, and I finished that. But it was because of boxing that I was able to understand what my father was telling me. Boxing showed me the hard knocks of life that I didn't know he was going through, and boxing did, and it showed me how to be a winner and how to be a loser also. But that's life.
Well, we know we have to be prepared to lose, but the fact is, you are an example of how youngsters do need a structured environment. They need to develop work ethic skills and learn what the sacrifice of discipline means, and that's what you give us.
And they got to make their 12 years of free education worth the while. They've got to, or else it's worth nothing.
Well, felicidades, gracias,
teacher, right?
and thank you for everything you've done. And I'd like to take a picture with you so I can show my dad that you actually were here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we might request, it's been suggested you stick around for a while. We might need you in a debate we're going to have in an hour or so about billboards. Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. We're going to go in the back again. Thank you.
Thank you.
This way?
No, right.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to introduce somebody who should be familiar to almost all of you, if not all of you, a man who has distinguished himself in service to our city and to our country, a man who's been an integral part of our efforts to reduce crime and to end gang violence here in Los Angeles and throughout the United States. Until last month, Thomas O'Brien served as U.S. Attorney for the California Central District and previously served as the Chief of the Criminal Division in the U.S. Attorney's Office. He is a prosecutor, he is a community activist, he's a resident of Los Angeles, but most of all, he's somebody who cares about making sure that the quality of life in all of our neighborhoods improves. I had the privilege of working with Tom in an operation that Mr. Reyes and Mr. Huizar and others are familiar with in trying to reclaim part of the northeast Los Angeles from a gang called the Avenues Gang, which for many, many years has kept many streets and many communities terrorized, kids who walk to school afraid, people who are residents who don't want to come out in the evening. Even my own council deputies in the middle of the day driving through that area have been shot at. And we finally, with the community over many years, said enough is enough. And working with the U.S. Attorney's Office under Mr. O'Brien's leadership, a multi-agency effort which at the time was the largest federal participation with local law enforcement in the city's history, cracked down on the violent Drew Street clique of the Avenues Gang. Some of you may recall the horrific incident to give you an idea of who these guys are. In February 2008, when members of this gang murdered a man who was holding his 2-year-old granddaughter in Glassell Park. Undercover officers from LAPD who had seen that followed them back to their headquarters, got out, and were shot at with M16s by these, or maybe it's AK-47s, well, assault rifles by these gang members. Luckily, none of our police officers were hit, but we had to lock down that entire neighborhood. We had to lock down the schools. Just the trauma that neighborhood had to go through because of the activities of those individuals and the shootout that followed. Just months later, a federal indictment was served on 70 members and associates of this clique, seriously inhibiting their ability to do their business in the neighborhood. Defendants were charged with crimes ranging from murder to extortion to attempted murder on police officers. And this September, dozens more were arrested when we were able to serve more warrants on Avenue gang members in the area, as well as other parts of northeast Los Angeles, as well as Riverside, San Bernardino, Merced County, putting even more violent criminals behind bars. Mr. O'Brien knows Los Angeles. He served as a deputy district attorney here and was assigned to the hardcore gang division just across the street for more than 5 years, during which time he tried over 65 cases. He's received numerous awards. The Anti-Defamation League in 2007 gave one of the highest honors to him when he gave the Helene and Joseph Sherwood Prize for combating hate. Same year, he also received the Attorney General's Award for exemplary service, the highest award given by the Attorney General for his role in investigating and prosecuting gang members who committed hate crime murders of African Americans in northeast Los Angeles. I'm very proud to honor him because he's a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy as well, and the University of San Diego School of Law. He logged over 2,000 flight hours in F-14s, somebody who throughout his entire life has served the public at every single level, internationally, nationally, statewide, and local. He's now here still in Los Angeles at Paul Hastings, where he is attorney at law. I'm very proud to welcome him here to City Council, but I know Mr. Reyes and Mr. Huizar and everybody who's been touched by his extraordinary ethics, his know-how, and the way he has brought together a team which is unprecedented across all levels of government means that for decades to come, the quality of life here in Los Angeles has been made better. Ladies and gentlemen, Thomas O'Brien.
Thank you very much.
I think there's some folks who ladies just...
And if, before we begin, Mr. Reyes has some comments.
I just want to stand and thank you, sir, for your hard work. Where the sheriff was shot was 2 or 3 blocks away from where the grandfather was shot in Cypress Park. And that is just a small slice of the terror that's been going on in that neighborhood since the 1940s. So to dismantle that subculture is something that we need to continuously do. But it's never reached this level of impact as has been demonstrated and articulated by Councilman Garcetti. And for that, I thank you. There are kids who do not feel safe going to the store because of the terror they run into just right at their corner. The way these folks, I call them urban terrorists, who literally are taking kids from their front yards, beating them up and saying, "You are now a gang member," at the age of 12 is the kind of terror that these kids are suffering. So on behalf of all the families and all the youngsters that are out there who can feel a sense of relief, I thank you. I thank you for all those generations that will hopefully be able to be in a place where they can call the city of Los Angeles a safe city. It's because of your work and the hard work of the LAPD and the community members who stood strong and confident and who hopefully will organize around this sense of security in trying to dismantle that subculture that has plagued us for so many years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Also, Ms. Perry. Ms. Perry?
Oh, thank you. I also wanted to say thank you publicly and to tell you that what you've done puts you in the annals of our history in a way that people should write praise of your accomplishments and how you've transformed the quality of life for people in neighborhoods such as the ones that Mr. Reyes represents, the ones that I represent, Mr. Parks, Ms. Hahn, in ways that they may never really fully understand. You are an unsung hero, and I just hope that by Mr. Garcetti recognizing you here today, you just get at least some fraction of the recognition that you so richly deserve. You have raised the bar very, very high, and I can't imagine what it would be like to follow in your wake. And I only hope that your successor is half as good as you are to continue what you started. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very
much. I always see Mr. O'Brien at the Friendly Sons of St. Patrick's Dinner every year. It's important wherever you have the opportunity to make a big impact that you do. And you did it here in Los Angeles as a U.S. Attorney. So I just wanted to stand with my colleagues and thank you for your commitment to the service to the federal government, which is so important, and affecting the lives of people, which will change the course of the challenges, that will lower the challenges that people have and enhance the ability to reach their goals because of your work. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let me present this certificate to Thomas O'Brien for your unwavering commitment to improving not only our city, but I also want to thank him for our district and that neighborhood, which every single day you can drive by and be proud of in Drew Star. Congratulations. Thank you. Absolutely. It's all yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. I'd like to thank the City Council for this great honor. And also I want to salute Bill Bratton. When I took over several years ago as U.S. Attorney, I sat down with the Chief and I said, you are entitled to federal resources, and especially in the times of tight economy that the state is dealing, the city deals with, the federal government does have the resources and you're absolutely entitled to them. Chief Bratton and other leaders in this community and in this chamber sat down with me and we targeted street gangs. Years before, if we indicted a couple dozen gang members a year, that would be a good year for the federal government. Last year we indicted over 1,000 street gang members, some of the most violent criminals in the United States. And we did that at the urging of this City Council. It's been an honor to serve this city and an honor to serve my nation. In closing, I urge you to continue your loud voice back to the U.S. Attorney's Office, to the FBI, to ICE, the DEA. They do listen to you. Washington does listen to you. You are entitled to the resources. We have the #1 gang problem clearly in the country, if not the world, and we can get a hold of it and get our arms around it if we work together. So again, thank you very much. It's been an honor, and thank you for this great honor today.
Thanks, sir. Absolutely. My pleasure. Thanks, sir. And I thank you, Mr. President. Just one last image to leave you with. After we had that crackdown that happened the first time, this could have been a U.S. attorney who just worked behind the scenes, but I will never forget that he came out to the community in Glassell Park. We had residents from Mr. Reyes' district, my own district, Mr. Weezar's district, and he sat there with the residents of our community, letting them know what was happening. For that, we are indebted. And I know that we've not seen the last of this man in public service, and we wish him all the best in his years in private service as a temporary stop.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Was that a campaign announcement, or okay? Thank you very much. Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. How's everybody doing today? Everybody doing well? All right, good job. All right, good job. All right. Thank you. We're with the Hollywood Heritage Waddles Mansion and Gardens Recognition Program. And I want to thank everyone for being here. I'm going to get you right around here. Right here, Miriam. Come on in right there. Go forward. Come back in. The Waddles Mansion and Gardens is a Los Angeles cultural monument associated with this landmark. Quality architects of Hunt and Gray and Gordon Waddles family deemed it eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places as an estate. The Waddles Mansion Garden is the only remaining intact example of a once plentiful Hollywood wintering estates where people would come out from the east and have the great weather as we witness today in our city all the time. Waddles Mansion and Garden Historic Site is a rare example of an estate under public stewardship that has resident gardens and site intact all as one. And Hollywood Heritage is really the point here. Hollywood Heritage, for many, many years, has stood up to gather strength, energy, and focus on saving our heritage of Hollywood. A local nonprofit volunteer organization has devoted over a quarter of a century in unwavering devotion towards the revitalization of the Waddles Mansion. Hollywood Heritage has unlocked the richest and historic importance of this rare property through its vision and its determination and research. Hollywood Heritage has stabilized Waddles Mansion and Gardens for the enjoyment of future generations. It's so important that they have done that for us. It's a legacy gift. Hollywood Heritage has made possible the unique opportunity for preservation and interpretation of this distinct and very special cultural landscape. Now, on behalf of Mr. Garcetti, who will speak in a moment, and our mayor, the whole city council, we want to salute Hollywood Heritage for their work which they've done, not just on Waddles Mansion and Gardens, but on many projects throughout the city of Los Angeles. Let's hear it for the Hollywood Heritage. Mr. Garcetti, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Labange, and it really does give me great pleasure to join with you today in this recognition, and I appreciate you allowing me to join you as well. We are pleased to be able to make sure that the transition was a smooth one, that Hollywood Heritage had the time it needed, which so often the city comes down like a hammer and does not allow things to be done the right way. But both the recognition of everything that Hollywood Heritage did, this would not be the home that it was, it would not be the institution, it would not be the landmark were it not for the work of Hollywood Heritage. And for generations after generation to come, people will recognize that. And there also has to be the time for these transitions, so we're glad to have been able to work on that today. Hollywood Heritage is one of those unsung heroes in our cities. Many of us are members of Hollywood Heritage, know the work they do on preservation and activism and legislation, but many people don't know the celebratory events and occasions that Hollywood Heritage sponsors, bringing back that heritage that really is the most famous part of our city's history worldwide. I often tell that story of meeting with a head of state in Korea where he was very happy to accept a crystal bowl from the people of Los Angeles, but what he really wanted was a small lapel pin I had of the Hollywood sign, because that's to him what represented Los Angeles. And Hollywood Heritage knows that heritage, whether it's the barn, which was the location of the first full-length motion picture film. It's something that I love and embrace. My own office is actually Louis B. Mayer's old office before he founded MGM at the corner of Hollywood and Western. Whether it's preserving buildings like the Palladium, which the wrecking ball threatened time and time and time again, and together with Hollywood Heritage we said absolutely not, this building has to stay. We have seen the efforts not only preserve this neighborhood, but for the millions of visitors who come from around the world, they now see something in Hollywood. And those mistakes of the past, like the Brown Derby that we lost, and some of the studios that we mourn, we have turned a page in Hollywood to make sure that doesn't happen again. Victor Hugo once said that an echo of the past in the future, a reflex from the future on the past. Well, Waddles Mansion is just that. And Hollywood Heritage rescued something that had fallen into demise, something that people didn't know about, and many occasions were held there, weddings, bar mitzvahs, quinceañeras, all sorts of commemorations where people now see that as a living, breathing part of our future history, not just our past. So I want to thank all the folks that are here today. I know we have Lori Goldman and Fran Offenhauser, who is an incredible resource for the entire city, as well as board members. I think I have a slightly longer list, Mr. Labange, here. Andrew Schwartz is with us, Brian Curran, Alan Simon, and I know on our way, and maybe with us now, Richard Atkins, Marion Gibbons, and Steve Sylvester as well. Let's give them all a round of applause and thank them for their service to Los Angeles, to Hollywood, and to the world. Hollywood Heritage.
Hollywood Heritage, we do. Before I introduce Fran, I want to salute one of the original founders, of which there were 5, Marion Gibbons, who truly was an angel, worked very closely all the time with then Peggy Stevenson. Brought that barn down from was in a parking lot at Gower and Sunset and brought it up there to the Hollywood Bowl, which is now a heritage. But now, give Marion another hand, because she worked so hard there on that. Yeah. Fran was another one of the original founders, Fran Offenhauser. Truly, I remember first meeting you, Fran. I don't know if you remember exactly. See, every time I pass the barn, I think of Marion, but every time I pass the Pan Pacific, I think of you, because we tried to say the Pan Pacific. Give Fran Offenhauser a big hand from Hollywood Heritage for remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. This is Happy Friday. Thank you, Council President Garcetti. Thank you, Councilman Labange. We really appreciate this opportunity to come before you for a condemnation for 25 years of hard volunteer work. I suspect everybody in this room knows the Huntington Gardens and has been there. Probably very few people in this room know that the same team that was creating the Huntington Gardens at the same time was creating the Waddles Mansion and Gardens in Hollywood, and this is now a city property. It stretches from Hollywood Boulevard and originally all the way up to Mulholland Drive, There were orchards. There's the only remaining orchards left in Hollywood from its agricultural era. Rolling lawns, a mission-style mansion that we have restored, formal walled gardens with brick pathways, beautiful rose garden rivaling the Expo Park that we replanted, a beautiful connecting garden that once had a majestic palm alley up to Japanese gardens in an arroyo in the hillsides with footbridges, waterfalls, tea houses. We're talking about a spectacular piece of cultural heritage. And these people who are with me put 25 years of their own money, their own time, and their devotion and dedication. This was a property the city was going to level. Not only level the mansion, level the gardens. And thankfully Prop 13 came along. Not a great gift to the city, but it was a gift to our heritage. And so I specifically also want to recognize here with us today Steve Sylvester, who honestly risked life and limb to live in this building. It was derelict when we got it. Water was pouring through the roof. There was mud had piled 4 feet up against the back of it. There wasn't a single blade of grass. We've turned it back to the city, restored, and the garden's beautiful. So I also want to thank Lori Goldman for being our ambassador to the council. And for making this commendation possible. So I think if you look back 100 years and you say, there was a time in this country where people did not appreciate the redwoods. There was a time people did not appreciate the Grand Canyon. There was a time when people didn't understand that the natural beauty in this country was for all the people. It was for posterity. It was for our heritage. And in this city, it's only been in the last 25 years that there's been a recognition with Hollywood Heritage and the LA Conservancy that our cultural heritage has to be kept also for posterity. And our group, we were a fledgling group, our group had the vision and the dedication to make the continuity of our heritage possible. And I really want to thank these people with me. It's really 25 years of our time and our money saving this, and we are very, very happy that now the city is in a position to carry on the good works and keep something of national significance for the citizens of Los Angeles for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The baton has been passed, but the baton would have been there if it wasn't for your dedication. Give them all another big hand. Thank you, Mr. President. We salute Hollywood Heritage. Hey, Greg, you ever heard that song, Inch by Inch, Row by Row, I'm going to make my garden grow?
Certainly
All right,
not.
good job. All right.
Thank you. And Mr. Labange, you also have the last presentation as well. Do you want to do that now? All right.
We get there. We're going to go take a picture with Eric, and then I'll come and take a picture with you.
I'll grab my purse. Thank you.
Hold on. Come on up, everybody. Very special as we saluted Hollywood Heritage, but a great heritage of all of California, the United States, the wonderful contribution of the Chinese American Museum. I have the honor to represent Councilmember Jose Huizar, and I wanted to salute the Chinese American Museum on behalf of all their work. Started in 2003 after 19 years of planning. This very special museum is key to us. And I'd like to ask Mr. Reyes to join me, because not only he works closely with my colleague, Mr. Reyes, and Mr. Huizar, but also represents Chinatown. Give Ed Reyes a big hand right now, Ed. All right, good. The mission of this museum is to foster a deep understanding and appreciation of the Americans' diverse heritage by researching, preserving, and sharing the history, the very rich cultural legacy, and the continuing contributions of Chinese Americans. Since the 1900s, Chinese Americans have contributed notably and significantly to many film projects in our entertainment industry. In Los Angeles, includes very notable film artists such as director Ang Lee, James Hong, Nancy Kwan, Jackie Chan, and cinematographer James Wong Howe. The Chinese American Museum is proud to present Hollywood Chinese with a collection of work exhibiting from October 24th through May 30th of next year, featuring the groundbreaking display of over 200 pieces of present-day posters, lobby cards, stills, artifacts that are part of the film industry from 1916 to the present. It's always a great example of what Chinese American filmmakers have done. So this very special resolution prepared for by Mr. Weezar, who is on city business outside the city, but asked me and Mr. Reyes to present it, is for you as we kick this exhibit off. And we're so proud that you're here. I'm going to also ask first to represent the words of the Chinese Museum. And if you could help me just for a moment and give me the correct title for that. Your first name is? My name is Al. Al Suhu. Forgive me, Al. I apologize because we went from one to the other. And in Hollywood they say take two. So now it's my chance to present to you the great representative of the Chinese American Museum and this exhibit, Al Suhu, for some remarks. Okay.
Thank you. Council President Garcetti, members of the Los Angeles City Council, I am Al Suhu, the president of the Friends of the Chinese American Museum, and on behalf of the Friends, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to the Los Angeles City Council for bestowing such a tremendous honor to the Chinese American Museum in recognition of our groundbreaking exhibition that will open tonight for a special reception. And as you heard, it will be officially opening tomorrow, October 24th, and will run until May 30th, 2010. It's titled Hollywood Chinese, the Arthur Dong Collection. And Arthur Dong is here with us today. It's all of his stuff. This new exhibit explores the timeless contributions that Chinese and Chinese Americans have brought to filmmaking. As the name Hollywood Chinese suggests, the experience of the Chinese American in film is a uniquely American story. This story of struggle and overcoming barriers and stereotypes to achieve and enjoy success and full participation in mainstream society is a true reflection of the greatness of this city and this country in which we all choose to call home. Since this story is so tied to Hollywood, the entertainment capital of the world, Hollywood Chinese is then a part of our nation's historical and cultural legacy. The little-known history of pioneering and contemporary Chinese-American film artists from the early 1900s to the present day are weaved into the galleries of this exhibition, shared through the lens of the Chinese-American experience, and now honored by the esteemed leadership of this great city. The Chinese American Museum is located in the historic Garnier Building in the El Pueblo de Los Angeles Historical Monument, and the Garnier Building is the last remaining structure of the original Chinatown of Los Angeles. With us also here today is the General Manager of El Pueblo, Mr. Robert Andrade, as well as one of the commissioners, Mr. David Louie. Thank you very much for this beautiful proclamation and for declaring today Hollywood Chinese Day, and we hope that everyone will come to the museum, come to El Pueblo to see the exhibit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. Reyes, who's done such a tremendous job in revitalizing Chinatown and working the community, revitalizing the river, for remarks.
Thank you, Councilman Labange. Colleagues, for the past 18 years, I've been serving this district, and I've seen this incredible organization mature to be able to achieve the heights it's achieved today. And it's only appropriate to have Councilman Labange talk about Hollywood and the Chinese culture and film industry and all their contributions to this great country, if not this world. So it's a great honor to be here to share this moment with you. I will continue to amplify the great accomplishments of this great organization. There are many unsung heroes here that have taken on that baton and have carried this museum to a greater and greater height every year. And for that, I thank you on behalf of all the young individuals who experience the immigrant experience, who can learn about their roots, about the struggles of their grandparents, of their parents, and to see it captured on film, but more importantly, to have it memorialized in this museum so that they do not forget about the sacrifices of our parents. And for that, I thank you. Have a great day. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes and Mr. LeBon. Also, Ms. Hahn.
Well, thank you very much. I just wanted to stand and salute the museum and all the hard work that I know goes into keeping it alive and relevant every day. And what we're celebrating today is certainly a milestone for the museum and for the Chinese culture and heritage, which is now so much a part of Los Angeles. My good friend Stephanie Martisich every year does the Harbor International Film Festival down in San Pedro at our historic Warner Grand Theater. And next year she is going to have the film The Flower Drum Song be highlighted. And one of the things that we do is, as a part of that program, is we encourage young people to read the book and then see the movie. So we will have a next generation of young people reading that book, seeing the movie, and it's an opportunity to, I believe, begin to continue the dialogue and talk about some of the issues which you raised today, about the struggles, about the obstacles, about the stereotypes that have had to be overcome. And it's a great way, I think, to get that next generation involved in creating better relationships and better futures for all of us. So congratulations. We're very proud of what the museum has done.
Well, Ms. Hahn, you said it so well there, and about film, too, and the history of people. And you mentioned the Flower Drum Song. Bambi is one of my favorite films. I tell you the truth. And I love the scene in it, when there's the big fire and they come in through it. But Tyrus Wong was the animator. He's 99 years old. Some of his work is going to be in there. So these people and the shoulders of others who they stood on and the work that they've done is truly to be commended. And the curator, if I could say that, is that the correct way to put this together? Is truly so special, Albert, Arthur, that you have put this together. So I thank you. Also, all of us, within the sound of my voice, should visit El Pueblo and go to the Chinese American Museum. The only thing I'm going to ask Mr. Andrade to get a Yang Chow to have a little outlet out there, which would be good. But it's a great walk from City Hall to see a great exhibit to connect to history and Hollywood. Thank you so much. Shay Shay.
Thank you, Mr. LeBon. That concludes the presentations for today. Mr. Clerk, if you call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weston, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First items.
Approval of the minutes.
Moved by Mr. Koretz, seconded by Mr. Parks.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Moved by Mr. Zine and seconded by Mr. Labange.
Mr. President, do you wish to go through the agenda?
Let's go through the agenda.
First items on the agenda, items 1 through 6, are items to which public hearings have been held.
Items 1 through 6. Members, anyone wishing to call items 1 through 6 special? Any items 1 through 6? Seeing none, we open the roll. Close the roll. Those are approved. Next section.
10 ayes.
I'm sorry.
Items 7 through 18 are items to which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. And there is a request on item 11 to continue that 1 week to October 30th.
Item 11 will be continued. Are there any other specials? Item 10, Mr. Koretz.
Item 13.
Item 13. Any other specials? Members, any other specials? Seeing none, if you open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is forthwith on number 16. Thank you. Next items.
On the continuation agenda, items 19 through 21 are items for which public hearings have been held. Item 19 is a commission appointment. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, we do. And any other items? Item number 21 will be called special. Any other items? Members, seeing none, open the roll. Close the roll. I'm sorry, were there cards? One moment, please. we'll come back to those items, sir. All right. If there are no other items, okay, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 eyes.
Let's see that. Okay. We'll find out what those items were on the previous cards, and that brings us to the next section.
Item 22 is an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration, and there are cards on that.
Okay. Those will be special cards. Next.
Mr. President, that does take care of the regular meeting. Do you wish to recess that and go into the special meeting?
Yes, we do.
Alarcon, Cardes, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Garcetti, 11 members present and a quorum.
Thank you. First
It is a
item.
one-item agenda. Item 23 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak on item number 23? Seeing none, are there any cards on 23? There is a card on 23.
Mr. President, public hearing was satisfied in committee this morning.
All right. Thank you very much. Then we don't need to do that. Seeing no objections, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 eyes.
That brings us back then. We go back
Do
to
you
the
wish
regular-
to adjourn the special meeting and go back to the regular meeting?
Yes, we do. And would like to call the...
Mr. President, before going to that, there were a number of items in the has not been held section that had cards on them.
Okay.
Those were items 7, 14, 15.
10?
It was already called special.
That was already called. Okay, very good. So open the roll on reconsideration, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 eyes.
Those items will be reconsidered.
And now do you wish to take up the commissioner appointment?
If we will, please.
And that is the appointment of Mr. Douglas Collins to the Employee Relations Board.
Good morning.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Mr. Zine, Chair of the Personnel Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. We interviewed Mr. Doug Collins at our Personnel Committee. He has exceptional qualifications for this position. He is knowledgeable. He's worked in this capacity, not as a commissioner, but as an executive director, well-versed in this, and we would recommend approval to send him on as a commissioner on this position where he has broad experience for many, many years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Any other members wishing to be heard on the nomination? And Mr. Collins, anything you'd like to share with the council, your interest on serving on the board?
I'm very honored to have been nominated. I look forward to serving the city through the board. There are two items that I want to point out simply so that I'm not criticized later. First, I want to emphasize that I am a retired city employee. I worked for the City of Los Angeles from 1968 through 2000. The last 28 years as the Executive Director of the Employee Relations Board. However, I do not anticipate that any issues that would involve my retirement benefits would come within the purview of the board. They're simply not within the board's jurisdiction, and if they were to come, I would, of course, recuse myself. The other item that I want to mention is that I am not a resident of the City of Los Angeles. I live in Hermosa Beach. I did live in Los Angeles for many, many years before moving down there, but I have been assured by the mayor's office that residency is not required for appointment to this commission.
That is correct. Thank you for that clarification as well. Most commissions and boards do have that residency requirement. There's a handful that don't, and this is one of them. Okay, if no other members wish to be heard, let's go ahead and please open the roll on the nomination, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 eyes.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your patience this morning, too. Appreciate it. Do we have any other commissioner nominations? Okay, then we'll go to our general public comment. And our first speaker is Dr. Clyde Williams. He'll be followed by Oscar Johnson. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Clyde Williams, El Sereno, Northeast L.A. Talking regarding the Bureau of Public Works on Monday approved $700 million worth of capital expense. Do they know where the money is going to come from? No, but it's for a good cause. Ballona Creek implementation plan for fecal bacterial coliforms and its total maximum daily load. Please take 245 and apply it to this project, because they don't know where the money's coming from, they don't know where it's going, there are technical problems, and, they have outreach, but not one neighborhood council, not one. Selected stakeholders, some individuals. So apply 245 to this, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Oscar Johnson. After that is Arnold Sachs. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Oscar Johnson. I'm a proactive. I speak for the press and I speak for culture change. I'd like to thank for our President Barack Obama, and all the elected officials do not support President Barack Obama should be removed from their position. We need to stop drugs from coming in the city of Los Angeles. We need a moral relationship. We need moral responsibility. We need jobs so us black men can marry females and we can raise a better family. We have too many children today born outside of wedlock. We should end abuse in the nursing care system, in the nursing home system. We should try to find a way to connect our seniors to their relatives. Maybe they can be cared for better. We need better buses and cleaner buses. We need to end abuse in the foster care. We need to end police brutality, end police misconduct. Police shoot unarmed people without in a trial. The deputy sheriff shoot unarmed people without any trial. Our Constitution says separate but equal. But we see many business in the black community business is not our business. I seen on the TV last month a 16-year-old youngster in Chicago got killed, beat down by other 16 years old. That made nationwide. But in the last year in the city of Chicago, over 400 youth under 21 years old got killed from gun violence. Reverend Jesse Jackson be on the Rainbow Coalition every Saturday morning, says stop the gun violence, stop the gun violence. We need jobs, we need education. We need to end this genocide of the African American people, and we need to end this ostracization of the African American people through government. We've seen that our government have turned their backs on us, our government do not care for us any longer. We need education, we need real education. Falsehood is miseducation. The only education would be true education. But we need to end illegal immigration. But you only brought illegal immigration over here to do the illegal thing for y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Arnold Sachs is our next speaker. After that is John Walsh. Morning, sir.
Good morning. Thank you. Arnold Sachs. A few housekeeping items to clear up. In the Audits and Government Efficiency Committee meeting this past Tuesday, I asked a question regarding the administrative oversight that occurred in the Transportation Committee and how that would be addressed, the fact that a submission for an item on the agenda had occurred when the head of the committee was no longer in office. And I was told that wasn't what the administrative oversight was. So maybe it could be clarified what the administrative oversight was that did occur in that committee and how it would be addressed. I also addressed the fact that in committees, the public is allowed to hear reports and then make comments. But in chambers, the public has to give their comments first and then hear reports. Maybe that policy could be addressed because the public in the chambers should be entitled to hear reports just as they are in committees. Now, also, finally, the city attorney has been in the news for a couple of different reasons, but I'm only going to discuss his attempt to collect funding from AEG for the Michael Jackson affair. And the fact that Staples Center is one of the arenas that had a contract with the city to provide free city services. Now, what the city attorney should address is why it took the city council 8 years to put it on their agenda. Why it took the city council and the transportation committee for a year and a half to have it heard in the transportation committee. Because while the city was going through this economic freefall, it was spending overtime money to provide city public services for 6 arenas. Never addressed in any committee, including the budget and finance. That's what the city attorney should look into.
John Walsh is our next speaker. After that is Walter Bechtel. Thank you to the Sergeants at Arms for keeping our conversations to a minimum. Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. I handed in cards for 16 and 22. There were no public hearings on it, and they were not declared special. Okay, a bizarre incident yesterday at the MTA meeting. The mayor was dazed and confused. The mayor lost consciousness repeatedly. The mayor slumped down like this. It was 6 feet from Tom LaBonge. I waited while they didn't pay any attention to the mayor blacking out, and when I got up, I pointed at the mayor and said he had blacked out. He suddenly woke up when they jostled him. The audience went out of control. You got a mayor who is in seriously poor health. There were 200 people that saw the mayor repeatedly black out at the MTA board meeting. And he blacked out at Washington, D.C., and there's an AP photo of him at George Bush's State of the Union meeting. I want to know what the mayor's health is. I want to know whether he's on prescription drugs. I want to know why Ari Bloomkatz, the LA Times reporter, did not see it and it wasn't reported in the LA Times. I want to know whether the mayor is on narcotics. I want to know the mayor's state of health. Now, you can keep quiet about this and you can pretend, but I'm telling you, I'm getting a lot of response from New York City. If the mayor, Michael, in New York City had done this, it would be a national story. But here, you are keeping it quiet. There is a videotape of what happened that the MTA has. There's an audio tape. It was out of control. And if we have a junkie for a mayor, I want to know. HollywoodHighlands.org. Find out about it on our website.
Our next speaker is Walter Bechtel. After that is Teresa Marquez.
Morning. Sounds like he's not getting any sleep, but that's the same problem I'm having here too. I've been falling asleep, but I just want to say something because last time we were here on Wednesday, Mr. Corden just wanted to compliment somebody who came up here and said some positive things about what the council was saying. I noticed that that person, though, is either a member of your entourage or from behind the bar here. I don't think that's proper for somebody from up here or in proper character for them to from them to come or for you to come down here and say something at the podium here. I think that's against the decorum rules, is it not? That's all I wanted to say, except for I just wanted to reiterate about the fact that I don't think that Assistant Chief McDonald should be appointed the Chief of Police. We had problems down there in the 1990s, and I am aware of the fact that he has access or illegal access to illegal wiretapping, and I don't think that would be a good idea if you were considering for an appointment for a Chief of Police to ask him to be the police chief. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Teresa Marquez is our next speaker, and then Soledad Garcia in San Pedro will follow. Good morning.
Thank you very much. My name is Teresa Marquez. I live in Boyle Heights. I'm a homeowner and resident of Boyle Heights.
Can we move the microphone down just a little bit? There, so we can hear you. There you go.
Thank you. And I saw the city council when all the vendors came out and spoke to you. We have an issue, we have a problem with illegal food vendors. Not only health-wise, security, and there's drugs also related to it. These vendors are a blight to our community. They leave everything dirty. The oils of the meats and everything else fall on the sidewalk and is left like that. We're tired. These people do not pay taxes, do not pay city permits, and I would really like to know of all the people that came here, how many of them really live in Boyle Heights? Because we know most of them are not from Boyle Heights. They've been thrown out of their own district, so they come to Boyle Heights. Our councilman is trying to work with them. He's set up some kind of vending area which is going to take away from the rest of the businesses there in Cesar Chavez. And I ask you to really look at the decisions this city council is going to approve in regards to illegal vendors or what they call farmers market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Marquez. Soledad Garcia is our next speaker in San Pedro, and then Bruce Darien in Van Nuys. Good morning, Soledad.
Good morning. Soledad Garcia from San Pedro. I'd like to thank Councilwoman Perry for her position at the ENEA Committee against the $82,000 payout agreement to Mr. Nahau, and of discovering who knew about the resignation and later who pursued the payout for the former general manager by bypassing the Board of Commissioners, City Council, and the public. The City Council is the elected body who is responsible to its constituents. The councils are politically appointed and is for the people. Now, the commission is not elected. It is politically appointed and is not the ratepayers' advocate. Acknowledging that the City Council has a multitude of tasks, you do have an oversight committee. It was recommended by Councilmember Rosendahl last year and has yet to be implemented. It's a sorry situation that the current executive leadership sees DWP as a self-serving cash cow, and that we see that following through with Wally Knox being appointed as external relations. In 2008, the rate increases were promised to have been for infrastructure, and who knows where they are now, but money is being asked again. A brand new general manager selection should be placed on a fast track. The community needs it, and all of us need it. Thank you very much, and don't forget to involve the neighborhood councils in the final selection.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments very much, Soledad. Bruce Darien is our next speaker in Van Nuys, and then Phil Jenajan here in Council Chambers. Good morning.
City Council, for 5 years now, you're well aware I've been here to uncover one of the largest cover-ups, governmental cover-ups of contracting fraud, environmental crimes that have been precipitated on the people of Los Angeles and California and the United States. Many times I've gone over it. It's before the Supreme Court right now of the United States to asking if they'll hear the case. The case numbers are 09-405 and 09-406. Those are the two docketed cases that are before the Supreme Court. This week I spoke about the cover-up of the John F. Kennedy assassination and how the chief of police for Dallas said that they had their man within 6 hours, that there was nobody else. I wanted to point out we never saw any footage of Lee Harvey Oswald coming out of the theater, that they supposedly apprehended him in the theater. We never saw that. We saw dark footage inside, which you clearly could not see was Oswald, and nothing showing Oswald at the theater. It is a complete fabrication that Oswald killed President Kennedy alone, and the probability is that he didn't have anything to do with it.
If we could bring it back to Los Angeles.
I will bring it back to Los Angeles. There's been a cover-up, widespread cover-up, of Los Angeles and California in widespread corruption that has dealt with governmental issues. And the reason why I bring up the John F. Kennedy assassinations is because let's bring up the Robert F. Kennedy assassination that happened at the Ambassador Hotel and that has been covered up by the Los Angeles police and the city of Los Angeles and this council and every council before it. And you know darn well that there were more bullets fired than could have been fired from the gun of Sirhan Sirhan. It has been a complete fabrication that Sirhan Sirhan acted alone. Robert F. Kennedy's assassination has been a covered up here in your jurisdiction in Los Angeles. And why don't you have the city council members that were in the state legislature come clean and tell the public why they know it's a fraud?
Our next speaker will be Phil Jenajan in a cowboy hat. Hey, Phil.
Good morning, council members.
Good
My
morning.
name is Phil Jenajan. I'm here today to talk about two separate issues. One, I want to talk about the growth of marijuana dispensaries in the city. There's been some real explosive growth in this. In fact, nowadays in Los Angeles, it's about as easy to buy marijuana as it is to buy a candy bar. I mean, the number of dispensaries is approaching a number of 1,000. This was not the intention of 215, the Medical Marijuana Initiative. And right now we have two men who look like they're going to go do something about it. We have Nuj Sutanich and we have Steve Cooley, and they seem to be showing some courage. I don't like that I'm reading in the newspapers and some of the blogs that some people are calling Nuj Sutanich a bully. I don't agree with that. I think that both Nuj and Steve Cooley, we're seeing two men who have a moral compass, and I think that compass is functioning. I admire them in their efforts. I do think eventually they're going to have to kind of seek some type of compromise with the marijuana community. The second thing I want to talk about is the budget crisis. A lot of our budget crisis is due to the subject of pensions. Recent mathematical models are showing that over 50% of the city's budget is going to be going to paying pensions, people who are no longer working for the city. Any type of accountant would tell you this type of math doesn't work out, where you pay someone to work for the city for 20 years and then you pay them not to work for the city for 30 years. Of course, that's going to hurt. Now, the problem is I'm not sure the city understands pensions. Some people are being rather generously rewarded. In fact, there's someone here on the city council that is drawing a rather healthy pension while they're still working full-time as a council member. I think you need to pass some type of regulations to prevent double dipping. Maybe anyone who's working for the city and drawing a salary of over $50,000 a year, maybe they should be prohibited from also drawing a pension at the same time. This would save the city millions of dollars. One other thing, please vote for Christine Essel for City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. That will end our public comment at this time. We've had two requests to take items out of order, both items 10 and item 21. Is there any objection to going in that order? If not, we'll go ahead and we'll take up item number 10 then first. And with that, we do have, was that an item that has had public hearing or not, Mr. Clerk?
This was waived out of committee, so there are cards on that.
All right. So let's go ahead and we'll go to the cards first, Ms. Perry, or did you want to say some opening comments?
Yeah, if you
Go
will
ahead,
allow
Ms.
me
Perry. Ms. Perry.
to make a few comments first, and then I'll press my button for a second time. And I would also like to ask Mr. Chant from Building and Safety, Ms. Goldberg from Planning, and the Chief Legislative Analyst present to come to the table when I'm done. I just want to give a quick synopsis. In 2001, the City Council adopted the specific plan for the Los Angeles Sports and Entertainment District, which established specific planning and zoning regulations, including unique signage rules to create an urban district that would enhance LA Live, Staples Center, and the Convention Center. The specific plan that was established allowed the Sports and Entertainment District to enter into a development agreement to create living wage jobs, local hiring, job training, affordable housing, daycare facilities, parkland funding, and other benefits for the communities adjacent to the Los Angeles Sports and Entertainment District. The development agreement provides assurances for the revitalization of the area, and it also provided assurance that in accordance with planning and zoning regulations established by the specific plan, any individuals, corporations, whatever, developers who invested and agreed to the many public and economic benefits of the entertainment district would be provided, that signage would be permitted within the area of Staples and LA Live. The signage is very vital to the identity of the district and identifying district sponsors and events to activate the area. There were 11 public hearings held on this issue, 2,000 pages of environmental review hearings from April 2001 until it reached our City Council September 4, 2001, and signed off by the Mayor September 6, 2001, which included hearings on the amended Los Angeles Sports and Entertainment District specific plan. The proposed signage for the Regal Theaters includes a number of permits that have already been issued for the sign structures, for the lighting, for the infrastructure. substantial work has been performed on site in reliance on the city's representations and the redevelopment agency's continued compliance with its agreements, including signage, which defines on-site signage and approves types, signs, designs, locations for the signage. Now, I guess the only building permits needed for Regal Cinemas to open on October 27, 2009 are the building permits for signed sponsorship artwork to be installed in the physical structures that have already been constructed. So I want to ask, because I heard last week, I believe, that AEG permits for their previously approved signage pursuant to the specific plan of the area, the sports and entertainment corridor, which grants an exemption even in the event there is a moratorium to signage, had not been issued. So I wanted to know why, and I wanted to know why on the record. So I've asked Planning and Building and Safety and the Chief Legislative Analyst here to state in public and on the record the background on these permits and signs and the rationale for the refusal to issue the sign permits. And maybe we can start with Mr. Chan, and I'll press my time again. What types of permits have been approved by your department for the Regal Theaters up to this point? And that's for Mr. Chan and before Mr. LeGrand.
Excuse me.
Hold my time.
Right before you begin, we have 18 cards.
Oh.
We will hold the cards, and I want to make an announcement.
Okay.
If you wish to speak on this matter, turn in a card now. Once we begin the public speaking, we're not going to continually accept cards. So if you wish to speak on this matter number 10, turn in a card now. Our city attorney has a comment? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chan. And time will be held.
Michael LeGrand, Department of City Planning, Chief Zoning Administrator. I'll just give you a quick background on our role in this. The Department of City Planning has cleared all of...
Excellent. I'm sorry, Mr. LeGrand. Mr. Zine, just as an admonition, the decision whether to issue the permits is a subject of ongoing litigation with Liberty Media, and perhaps that discussion would be better made in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A.
I would object to that, and I will say why that I would object to that. And I do appreciate the city attorney's advice, and like any client, we hear what our attorney has to say, and it is our decision as a body as to whether or not to follow that. And the reason that I would not go into closed session, and if the rest of the body votes to go in, that's fine, but I will not be going, is because I believe that based on comments the city attorney made to me regarding his opinion on my inquiry on why the permits had not yet been issued leads me to feel that I would not be adequately represented. My interests would not be adequately represented. He felt strongly about this, that I should not pursue it, and that if I did, that I might be at risk of prosecution. But because he had a conflict as our lawyer, he would then turf the case over to the district attorney. So I will not go into closed session, and I would vote against it.
Do we, Mr. City Attorney, do you wish a vote on closed session on this matter to make sure we're legal? We have the Assistant City Attorney here, Mr. Carter. Do we want to hear from him before we proceed? We want to make sure that we're on the right boundaries in this matter.
There's no motion on the floor.
I understand that. We're getting direction from the city attorney, and I'm trying to figure out if we're going to take a vote, if we're not, if we're going to proceed.
Well, we still need a motion from a council member. The city attorney is just giving us advice.
We're still getting clarification. Dion and then Mr. Carter from the city attorney's office.
Just to repeat, our advice would be that this discussion should be in closed session. That is our advice. Council is the holder of the privilege, the attorney-client privilege, and if council continues this discussion in open session, in essence, it would be waiving the attorney-client privilege.
Ms. Perry, any colleagues, any further comments? Mr. Alarcon.
I was hoping there was going to be three other people before.
You're it, Mr. Alarcon. You're on the queue.
Ms. Perry, it's my understanding that this is merely asking for a report back. Is that correct?
I have a number of questions that I wanted to ask on the record, and I guess we have a lot of speakers. I want to construct for us to hear the process that has been gone through to date and to give us an explanation on the record from the heads of these departments as to why the permits have not been issued, so that we as a body can decide today, although we have already voted on this, the mayor has already signed off on it, so as a legislative deliberative body, we have already acted on this. To reach some consensus today as to what direction we might be able to give the departments so that we can bring this to closure or resolution today.
And I don't know if I'm going beyond the spirit of the motion, but it seems to me that when we passed the ban on signage, I was under the impression that we allowed previously entitled projects to move forward. So it seems to me that the key question in the case with regard to Staples is whether or not the entitlements were there.
Well, you know,
and I'm just wondering, does this get at that question?
Yeah, I'm going to get to that. And, you know, you're way ahead of me on it. The day we voted for the moratorium, and I did vote for the moratorium, some of you may recall that I did ask the representative from the city attorney's office who was at the table that day, because I was concerned. I was already concerned because we had a similar situation with the Galen Center with a sign that was vested, that was approved, that the city council had voted on, the mayor had signed off on, and then boom, their permits were not issued. Very similar circumstances. Also on the sports and entertainment corridor. So I raised that issue that day, and I believe that the city attorney's office at that time said that they would evaluate each case, but that vested cases would go forward.
Okay.
So
yeah.
that's...
I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not sure this motion... If the key issue is whether or not they were entitled, they were vested, then it seems that we need to know more about the city attorney's position as to why he believes they're not. And that's, from that is how we're going to make our judgment as to whether or not we feel they were vested.
Well, I actually asked, I have another motion that's probably on your desk now. I think it's 10A. And
10A is being circulated now.
It's being circulated right now, where I've actually asked the city attorney to provide written legal analysis relative to their opinion that the general manager of Building and Safety Department does not have the discretion to issue permits in this case. Because I'd like to know, and I'd like to get it in writing, so again, we can examine that as a legislative body.
So the primary purpose of this, if you can help me out, is to...
Yeah, this is to set the stage, because I don't think everybody is up to date on what this is all about, and to give some direction to the departments today, because the theaters are set to open, I think it's next Tuesday, and the signs are not up, and it impedes their ability to do business. And I'd like to hear what the department members have to say. We've had lots of discussions going on in the building, but I really think it's important to do it on the record.
Yeah. Again, my concern would be that the key issue is whether or not this organization was entitled.
Yes.
And if at the same time we obviously want to be concerned about whether there are going to be legal challenges to that entitlement, and whether others would then come forward and say we should be entitled as well, But
I think this is a unique situation.
Normally what we get back is the level of risk.
Yes, exactly.
And I have no idea.
Well, I think when we hear the discussion today, the presentation, what distinguishes this situation from any other potential situation is the application of the sports and entertainment specific plan, which allows for signage like this. And what might be normally defined as off-site because of its content, because it may have references to sponsorship information, when you apply the specific plan to this situation, it is permissible because it is a sports and entertainment corridor designed to stimulate pedestrian activity. It's got restaurants, theater will be opening, a hotel will be opening, sports and entertainment, as it says. Same situation in the Galen Center. So I don't know if that answers your question enough, but I agree with you.
We'll see. But thank you very much.
Yeah.
We have Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Reyes on the queue. Mr. Rosendahl.
Okay.
Mr. Rosendahl here? Mr. Reyes? We'll come back to Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Reyes?
Colleagues, I'll just be brutally blunt. Our actions, our agreement with Live LA is to allow for this sign that speaks to a whole complex issue that we approved. We approved it, and we said, yes, do it. When the department wanted to allow for our commitment to be made whole and complete, the city attorney said, no, you can't. So we need to direct the department to follow the policymaker without fear of prosecution from the city attorney. It's that basic. And everything else is going to be about why the city attorney postures himself the way he does, and how is it that the policymaker, and they, by the way, are supposed to be working for us, is not being paid attention to, given all the agreements already in place. I just want to just boil it down, because that's, I believe, the pivotal point. So we'll hear the legal arguments, and we have to decide as policymakers what's in front of us, and direct the department to do their job without fear of prosecution.
Mr. Rosendahl.
I just want to echo what Mr. Reyes said. You all know that back 6-8 months ago, I was the vote that said no to the billboards on the convention center. It was a tough one, but I had a real issue about the business deal and the safety issue. And so this particular one, which I drive by every day and I see how they've set it all up already, ready to put it in, and I'm assuming that was all approved and passed and in the works. But then when the city attorney made his comments about it, I want the city attorneys to come up and tell us where they're getting that position from to help us in our decision-making process. So where I'm coming from now, Mr. President, is to ask the city attorneys to come up and help us understand the position they have taken.
And that's what we're discussing, debating whether we want to do that, and we need a motion in order to do that, which you're asking.
Can I make a point of clarification, Mr. Chair? My motion asks for the Department of Planning and Building and Safety to come today. I did not reference the city attorney in that motion because I had already gotten his opinion on that. And my subsequent motion, 10A, asks for their written analysis and opinion, which they can provide to us and render an opinion and then give it to us. And then if Mr. Rosendahl wants to have them come and discuss it. But I would prefer to have it in writing. Because I think that it evidences a strong commitment to one's position, articulates the position, and allows everyone to examine something on paper at the same time and interpret it as they wish.
I understand that, and we've also been given direction by our city attorney that maintains a position here, legal advice to this council, his instruction. So, Mr. City Attorney, your comments?
Yes, Mr. President. In essence, it would be putting the cart before the horse to have the discussion in open session now before having this discussion that the council member is requesting for next Friday. If the discussion with the department about the propriety of the issuing of the permits should only be done either during or after a discussion in closed session with council, because there are aspects of it related to the Liberty Media lawsuit. It has nothing to do with prosecution. This has everything to do with whether the discussion in council today will prejudice the city's position in ongoing litigation.
So our deputy city attorney is informing us that we should do an executive session on this matter.
There is no motion on the floor,
I'm
Mr.
just
Chair.
explaining that.
There's no
I'm
motion,
saying what he's
there's no
saying.
motion on the floor.
We do not have a motion for that. And it's now up to this council. We now have Mr. Reyes back.
You need
If someone
somebody to
wishes
make a
to make that motion, if not, we'll proceed.
I will make the motion that the city attorney, I don't know if we do in closed session or open session today or next week, it doesn't matter to me. I want to know what the city attorney's position is in the public right here now, and I put a motion that we want to hear from the city attorney. The timing, I'll defer to somebody else here. That's my motion. I want to hear it.
Is there a second on that motion? Is there a second on the motion? No second on that motion, Mr. Rosendahl.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, because I'd like to know everything before I make a decision, and I obviously want to know what the city attorney's position is. Not in the newspaper.
I have an article, I have a motion that is here today, 10A, which asks the city attorney to provide a written opinion for us to review, and that is entered, it has been entered, and it will be agendized. So,
That's correct. I agree with that, Ms. Perry. However, our general counsel that's here giving us instruction, Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, look, I have my time. I would like to ask the city attorneys to come up to the table in this open forum right now to discuss their point of view.
Okay, Mr. Alarcon, we have Mr. Parks.
Point of order.
Hold on a second. We're going to switch off. Mr. Garcetti is going to assume command as we continue this debate, whether we're going to proceed with the city attorney or not. Mr. Alarcon, go ahead.
The point of order is to ask the city attorney, the matter before us is simply related to a report that is being requested by Ms. Perry. The other motion that she is talking, that has been introduced, is not on the agenda. That is, I think, where the city attorney would be able to get into the kind of information that I think we'd be looking for. I'm not sure that's what you, Mr. Rosendahl.
Mine was just simple, like we do everything else around here. We have the city attorney come up, we have the planning, the building and safety, and we get a discussion of whatever the issue is.
Point of clarification, I appreciate that, Mr. Rosendahl, very, very much, and I respect your viewpoint, and that is why I have introduced 10A, which will allow us to do that. I wanted planning and building and safety to be able to speak here today and to feel free and independent without concern or feeling intimidated in any way, to be able to explain to us what their process is, what permits have been issued, what is outstanding, and whether or not they believe that the LA Live project, the Regal Theater, does have vested rights, and what next steps they feel that they can take with respect to issuance of the permits or not. That's all I wanted them to be able to do.
It's Mr. Rosenthal's time right now. He has a minute and a half left. Any council member, just as a reminder to everybody, you can always ask city staff to come to the table without a motion. Anybody can do that. We do that all the time. So if there's any questions you want answered here today, Mr. Rosendahl, you can do that. That doesn't preclude Ms. Perry's report from coming back as well
and I totally
at a
agree
future
with
date.
Ms. Perry to have that report, but I'd like to ask the city attorneys to come up and answer a few questions.
Right, as long as the questions you're asking are relevant to the action before us.
Sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, are you asking for the city attorney to come forward?
Yes, come up and...
Can city attorney representatives come forward for
Can we still
Mr.
have building and safety and planning answer my questions too, please?
I didn't catch where the questions were, but since it's Mr. Rosenthal's time, only he has the floor right now.
I just don't want to be taken off track on this.
No, you're
because my motion
on the queue for a second
Okay.
time after
All right,
Mr. Parks for the first
My
time.
motion
so
is the one that's pending today.
Mr. Parks is on deck, you're in the hole. And, okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Rosendahl.
I'm just trying to get to an understanding of what's going on
And I
around
just
here.
want to note for the record, Mr. Rosendahl, planning and building and safety were here pursuant to my motion. Of course. I was willing and courteous enough to allow other members to intervene while I was speaking, and I feel that the primary speakers here at this point are planning and building and safety, and not necessarily the city attorney's office. So I would ask, just out as a professional courtesy, if we could allow planning and building and safety to go first, and then honor your request and let the...
Why don't we do this? I think mistakenly we went to Mr. Rosendahl before Ms. Perry was done. So Ms. Perry will still keep the floor. You can ask those questions to be answered. You'll be next on the queue, Mr. Rosendahl. We'll get your questions answered next. Ms. Perry.
Okay. Mr. LeGrand and Ray Chen, who head of building and safety, and Mr. LeGrand is from the planning department. Tell us what is outstanding in terms of the issuance of permits on the Regal theaters that are due to open, I believe, October the 27th, 2009.
Sure. Ray
Hold
Chan,
my time.
Ray Chan, Building and Safety. First of all, let me answer the question, your last question, Councilmember Perry. Right now, we have 6 signed permits outstanding for the Regal Cinemas. Our department has reviewed this project in detail, and all the senior managers within the Department of Building and Safety, including myself, that have been involved in this project, believe that these 6 signs are vested based on the signage ordinance. The reason that we believe that these signs are vested, because the sign ordinance states that the Department of Building and Safety...
Excuse me, I would object to any further discussion in open session.
Well, I appreciate that, sir, but there is no motion on the floor to go into closed session. So if you would allow Mr. Chan to go forward, please, and not interrupt.
I think as an officer of this council, I have a duty to my client to so advise, and you can make that decision accordingly. But that is my, recommendation as your attorney.
Okay. That objection has been noted. We do have the floor. Ms. Perry can continue if there's no...
If you can allow Mr. Chan to continue, please.
Okay.
And the signage ordinance states that the Department of Building Safety could determine that a sign is vested if the sign has incurred substantial liabilities and if substantial work has been performed. In this particular case, there are many permits that have been issued to the Regal Cinemas, except for those 6 sign permits. However, there are 3 permits that were issued prior to the effective date of the signage ordinance. That includes 2 building permits and 1 electrical permit that include the installation other than for the entire building. These permits also include the installation of the claddings, the exterior, the frames, and the support structures for the signs, as well as for the electrical installation for the lights that shine on the signs. So all these permits were issued prior to the signage ordinance, and at the same time the construction related to these permits was complete, inspect, approved by LADBS. And based on these facts, our department determined that the signs have incurred substantial liabilities and substantial work has been performed and that they are vested. In terms of why the department has not issued the permit, even though we believe that these signs are vested, and we also believe that these permits will not set any precedent and open the door for other projects that have development agreements with the city, because no other projects that we know of that they're in the same or the similar situation as the Regal Cinemas that we know of. And we work with City Planning Department to look through the list of all the projects that have development agreement. But with that said, the reason that we have not issued these permits because we were told by the city attorney that it should be the court to determine the vesting determination, and anybody else, issue a permit for these signs will be filed a criminal charge. And because of that, we have not issued those permits.
Michael LeGrand, Department of City Planning, Chief Zoning Administrator. The Planning Department has cleared all the pending permits for this application for LA Live and for their signage, so any pending permits have been cleared by our department. In terms of the development agreement that was entered into by the city, signed by this council and by the mayor, we strongly feel that the development agreement's purpose is to provide certainty in the process for applicants to go through, that the rules will not change midway through the process. So we are prepared to issue any pending permits that the Department of Building and Safety forwards to our office, and we'll work closely with the Department of Building and Safety and our legal counsel to ensure that we put the city in the best defensible position.
So just for clarification, do you believe that this project has vested rights with respect to signage at this point?
Same of clarification. I think this should be held in closed session. I would have a continuing objection to having this in open session.
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. At this point, Mr. President, I will push my button again, and however you wish to proceed.
Okay.
It's fine.
We have you on the queue after Mr. Rosendahl and Mr. Parks. Mr. Rosendahl is our next speaker, and then Mr. Parks. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to make it clear, I don't have a dog in this fight. I just want to know what the facts are and what the information is. Gentlemen, you were very clear, both building and safety and planning, as to this positioning. But, I read the newspapers and CTV, and I hear all kinds of other things outside of this room that pertain to this issue. And that's why I want the city attorney here to respond to what he just heard in the light as best he can, so that we as policymakers know the whole story. So, Mr. City Attorney, you've heard the comments there, and what is the position of the City Attorney's Office and why?
Thank you. May it please the council, Mr. President. My name is William Carter. I'm Chief Deputy, Los Angeles City Attorney's Office. We are coming before you today as your council. We know that for many years the city has been engaged in significant litigation regarding billboards. And I know and I'm sure that many times the Department of Building and Safety has come before the council, or others have come before the council and say, we are sure that this sign is okay, that this matter, this entitlement is vested. And I've seen the record. I've seen it many times where people like the gentleman at this table have assured you that there are vested rights and it is okay to do this. We have lost those lawsuits. And I am here to tell you, we are being governed by the United States District Court decisions by Judge Audrey Collins. We are here trying to advise you of what the court has done. We have lost in court for many years, up until October 6th of this year, when Judge Collins, in her opinion, said, the City of Los Angeles has turned a corner. They will finally rationally enforce their permanent billboard ordinance, the ban. And according to Judge Collins, there are only two ways that a billboard can be, a billboard sign can be, permit can be issued and approved. One, if you have a sign permit, which AEG does not have. Two, that you've done substantial work pursuant to that sign permit. The other factor you have to consider is whether that sign permit was issued before December 26, 2008, which we do not have here. Secondly, that substantial work was done pursuant to that sign permit before December 22, 2008, which we do not have here. So, in respect to AEG, on October 9th of this year, when the City Attorney's Office learned that the Department of Building and Safety was considering issuing sign permits to AEG, our members of our office spoke with these gentlemen. We told them and AEG representatives who were at that meeting that we did not have an objection to AEG obtaining on-site signs. Now you have to remember there's two things here. These things all get conflated. You're not just talking about signs. There are two types of signs, on-site and off-site. On-site means this week we're having a basketball game, or this week we're going to have this type of event, or we sell Coca-Cola here. You know, we come by at our shoes, at our shop, whatever it might be on that, at that premise. With respect to on-site signs, we advise the Department of Building and Safety and AEG, you want to put up on-site signs to advertise something that you're doing on-site, go ahead. And they have 4,000 square feet of on-site sites. That's a lot of signs. The issue we have here are off-site. If you want to put up a big sign that advertises something that you don't do there, like, you know, go to Jamaica or, you know, fly United Airlines or whatever it is, that's an off-site sign. That's what this is about. And we told AEG on October 9th, because of the rulings by Judge Collins as recently as October 6th, who said, way to go, City of LA, you're finally getting it together. You're starting to enforce the law in a meaningful way, and you're not abusing your discretion and giving it to this person, or I know you have a ban, but you're going to give it to this person and this person, because that's a First Amendment violation. We said to AEG and their attorneys, come with us. We will go with you to the district court judge. We'll waive any kind of jurisdictional, any kind of procedural problems. We will go with you to the judge, and we'll ask the judge, are we okay with this? Because there is no case law, there is no decision by this judge that allows this to be permitted. We have not, this judge has not seen this situation. We did not want to allow the city to issue permits for off-site signs which would unravel the good work that's been done. So we asked AEG, come with us to court. They have refused to do that today. For whatever reason, AEG did not come with us to court. So I'm advising you now, today, the city attorney's office will be filing with the court, the district court, a motion for clarification to go to the court and ask the court, please look at this. This is not behind closed doors. This is not hiding in the dark somewhere. We have tried, and we are trying our best to represent the city in this area of law where we fought hard to get to this position. Now, I'm not sure procedurally how we got here. For whatever reason, AEG never applied for a sign permit. They should have. Their attorneys were at all the hearings when the ban was being discussed between October and December of 2008. They were in here at those hearings, seeing that this council was going to require a sign permit. For some reason, they did not. I can't speak to that, but I think maybe someone should ask that. But at this point, that's where we're coming from. And in fact, I don't believe everything I read in the paper. I can tell you that. But last week, on October 16th, the mayor is quoted, or at least referenced in the LA Times, saying, to help mend the confrontation, meaning between the city attorney and AEG, Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa's office may ask a federal court judge to clarify the sign ban to determine if those already permitted are allowed. We are doing that pursuant to the mayor and our own suggestion on October 9th. That's the position of the city attorney's office, and we have the best interests of the city in mind.
Thank you for that. Is there any response from planning on this, or building and safety?
Mike LeGrand, Department of City Planning. The only thing I'd like to point out to the council is that the specific plan is a unique situation that this council adopted that allows for special signage regulations for the Los Angeles Sports and Entertainment District. Within that specific plan, there is a definition for off-site signs and a definition for on-site sign. And the pertinent difference is our municipal code has definitions for on-site and off-site signs. This plan that governs this property has special regulations related to the types of signs that's allowed within this redevelopment area, and that's what the code that we're following is, a specific plan as well as a development agreement, again, which purpose is to provide that certainty so that we do not end up in a place like we are today. Unfortunately, that's where we're at. But again, the specific plan is what governs this. That's what we look to for guidance in terms of what the council adopted as their legislative mandate to the departments, and that's what we're following.
Thank you. Building and safety, Mr. Chan.
Yeah, that's where we get a little bit confused. First of all, according to the signage ordinance, we believe that we have the authority to do the vesting determination, and we have determined that these 6 signs are vested. But then on the other hand, we're told by the city attorney that the vesting determination should be made by the court. So there's definitely a difference of opinions right there. And since the city council is the author of this signage ordinance, we would like to have some kind of clarification first, is what is the intent of the ordinance? Does building safety has that authority to make the vesting determination? And if we do, and after we determine the signs are vested, then would those signs be exempt from this off-site sign ban ordinance? These are some of the confusion that we need some guidance.
If I may comment, thank you. That's why these sessions should be held in closed session, because I'm your lawyer and I'm trying to give you advice, and we've tried to have these conversations. As your lawyer, these are kinds of questions that we try to answer, and sometimes we're successful and sometimes we're not in trying to make it clear. You must understand that in August of 2008, in a published opinion, which we've advised you of, there is Judge Collins, District Court Judge Collins, specifically says specific plans, supplemental use districts, and development agreements cannot be used in the fashion that you want to use them in. Those were the reasons why the court struck down our ban and enjoined us and held the city in contempt because the city felt those did not provide the necessary vested rights under the law. So,
Point of order, Mr. President. May I just ask a quick intervention? There was a letter that I believe it was sent from the Office of the City Attorney last night to the Office of the Mayor regarding this issue, and I'm going to get a copy of it hopefully in a minute.
I'm sorry to rule. That's actually not a point of order. There's substance to it, and it's still Mr. Rosenthal's
Okay,
floor. I'm
fine.
sorry that
I'm sorry.
I have to do
Fine,
that.
I'll wait. That'll give me more time to get the letter.
Sorry.
Anyway.
No problem. You're after Mr. Parks, and then coming right after. Go ahead.
apologize, but I don't want to go further than that, but I know there's discussions of specific plans, supplemental use districts, and development agreements. You cannot rely on those to interpret vested rights. The court has found that you need a sign permit and substantial work after that sign permit, all of which should have occurred before December 22nd, 2008, which is not the case as I understand it in this situation.
Mr. President, would it be appropriate or inappropriate if AEG is in the room for them to comment about not going to court and why, or is that inappropriate?
We could assess whether that's the soundest legal strategy forward. You probably want to hear again from the City Attorney's Office just to hear that advice. We would, we have in the past brought folks forward who are private parties to inform us, but we would be treading on, since there are legal issues involved, we'd be treading on a little bit of thin ice, but you probably could, in a constrained way, ask some questions.
Well, if Ms. Perry wouldn't have a problem with it and the fellows sitting here wouldn't have a problem with it, I'd love to hear from them.
The City Attorney want to opine one way or the other?
Well, I did not intend to turn this into a court hearing. I defer to the council, but my continuing objection is I don't think the city should discuss its legal business in open session. I think if AEG would like to come and have a discussion, it might be informative, but I defer to the council. But I think legal discussions by the city with our client should be in closed session. I have a continuing objection.
Okay. Mr. Rosenthal, your call.
If AEG is willing to come up, and if my colleagues had no problem with it, I would
Any
say
objection,
come up.
colleagues? We'll try to just continue on any specific issues. We note the general objection. If there's any specific issues that rise to an even higher level, please do let us know. Okay?
Okay.
If they'd like to. They obviously don't have to come forward either in this setting, but did you want anybody in particular, Mr. Rosenthal, that you wanted?
AEG wants to have come to the mic.
Okay.
If they have cards in, whatever.
Okay, a representative.
I'd love to hear. Yeah.
Ms. Sterrett, did you want to be the representative then for any questions Mr. Rosenthal has?
Yes, if I could, and I know Mr. Leiweke is also here.
Okay.
And this is Ted Fickery is with me, the General Counsel of AEG.
Okay. Mr. Rosenthal, in particular,
Well, you
anything?
heard the city attorney and what he was saying about coming to the court and clarifying it in context with. You also heard what Building and Safety and Planning said. And so I just would appreciate your response to what you've heard here.
Thank you, sir. I'm Cindy Sterrett from Latham & Watkins. We are proud to represent AEG, and we have been working with them in the City of Los Angeles since 1997 on this project. The City Council adopted an ordinance in August, which Mr. Chan read from. I have a copy here. It says that Building and Safety will make vesting determinations. Judge Collins upheld that ordinance. She confirmed the city's ability to adopt an ordinance. We believe the city not only has the right, but the obligation to continue to act on permit requests that are in front of it, that the City Council made that policy decision, that its staff is employed to make those decisions. If third-party billboard companies sue the city, which has happened several times, AEG has never sued the city. The third-party billboard companies such as Liberty Media, such as Worldwide Rush, have not been challenging the individual permits that have been issued. They've been challenging the city's ordinances. The City Council's ordinance in August approved vested rights exceptions. We have been assured, AEG, LA Live, Latham & Watkins, we have been assured over and over again, certainly many times since August 20th of 2008, that our vested right protections that the city granted could not be overridden by any changes in the code. In fact, the city's development agreement specifically says the definition of on-site signs that was approved in this redevelopment area to encourage job creation and public benefits in an area that was blighted in 1997, that definition will not change because we want to work with you, AEG, to do this convention center hotel. And we understand that sponsors and investors in the specific plan should be able to have advertising just as they can in any redevelopment area where the City Council makes that determination. And our development agreement says that definition of on-site signage will not be changed by any other definitions in the municipal code. The City Attorney's Office repeatedly assured us that that was true. We have submitted emails. These are 2 notebooks of documents that we submitted on September 25th. The first time we got a question about this, with building permits, with emails from planning. We've had many conversations with the City Attorney's Office, and nothing changed by virtue of Judge Collins' decision. Judge Collins said, your August ordinance is valid. We believe the city should comply with that August ordinance.
Mr. President, if Mr. Lewicki would like to add to it, I'd appreciate it, if he's here. My bottom line is just why won't you go to the court with the city attorneys? And I'd love to hear from him what the story is.
And I'll quickly respond, by the way. Going to court just guarantees we cannot finish our building. It's already an embarrassing situation in that if the permits are not issued today, our movie theater will open on Monday with empty sign frames. Going to court is going to take months at best. One building opens Monday. Again, today is the last day to get those permits. The other buildings are weeks away. There is no possible way that we could get a decision in that period of time. That's why we're asking for the city to make a decision, and then we'll help you defend it if a third party challenges it.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Lewicki?
I'd like to just add one comment before Mr. Lewicki speaks. I'm Ted Fickray, General Counsel. With all due respect to the city attorney, our view is that he's grossly mischaracterized or misconstrued what Judge Collins has said. In the most recent order that Judge Collins issued in the Liberty Media case, we've studied it closely at the request of the city attorney, and not only is there nothing in there that precludes the city from making the vesting determination, we read the order to, in fact, expressly affirm the right of the city to make a vesting determination.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilman Rosendahl. First of all, if I may, I'm embarrassed we have to take you through this today, and I want you to know I think it's a terrible waste of your time and your efforts. We have had a brilliant relationship with this body and with this city since we moved here, and we've invested $2.5 billion in this project. We have 15,000 employees headquartered here, and by the way, a recent accounting just showed we donated over $65 million back to charity in this community. I apologize that you have to waste your time doing this today. I'm not a lawyer, Councilman, but what I am is I'm a partner. And in 2001, we entered into a legally binding agreement with the City of Los Angeles. And we redefined that agreement with specifics on the advertising for this district in late 2006, which was again passed before this body in 2007. This is not a new ordinance. The city attorney is well aware of this. Is well aware of this agreement, and we are down there almost every day working with them on this $2.5 billion project. They knew this was coming because we were pulling a wide variety of permits. The reason we did not go to court with them is when he came in, refused to listen to our arguments 2 weeks ago, and threatened to put my executive in jail, my attorney in jail, and the building and safety manager in jail. You do not negotiate with a bully. We want to make this work, but you will breach our contracts with our advertisers and thus our financial package for that district if we do not go forward with the binding letter and document that we have, the contract we have with the city on the development agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We have Mr. Parks is next.
The opportunity of this open discussion, and my colleagues, I appreciate that we were able to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. We have Mr. Parks for the first time, then we have our speaker cards. Why don't we, we'll go through all members for the first time, so anybody who's speaking can hear that. Mr. LeBon is also on the queue for the first time. Then we have folks for a second time, and we will go to cards in between that. Mr. Parks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to ask Mr. Carter on when we had the recent ordinance as it relates to the ban, when the city attorney brought that forward, was any consideration of these pending cases on dealing with specific plans and how they would be impacted?
There is one in the permanent ordinance. There is a provision that deals with specific plans, supplemental use districts, and also development agreements that are up on appeal. Now, we as your representative, on behalf of the city, we argued the case in front of Judge Collins. We did not prevail because Judge Collins believed that there were too many exceptions like this that would undermine the city's ban. However, as your attorney, we are on appeal. And so in front of the Ninth Circuit, if the Ninth Circuit were to reverse Judge Collins's decision, then there is a provision within the ordinance that would allow the review of these types of specific plan and development agreements, and perhaps they would be allowed under the law.
Okay, when Judge Collins made her decision, was it based on on-site or off-site signs?
Off-site.
Off-site. All right, and we're dealing with a specific plan and a developmental agreement that deals with on-site. Is there
both? Is
there a different opinion as to what's on-site or off-site as relates to the city attorney's view?
Yes, on-site or on certain conditions are allowed, as in this case. I heard that the representatives of AAG said that they would have to open without their signs. I don't believe that is accurate. They are clearly allowed to put up their on-site signs that are advertising. Why they would want to leave them blank, that's their business decision. But they are allowed to put up their on-site signs.
So you're saying you agree they should be able to construct the sign, you're disagreeing with the content?
Yes, it's off-site. Off-site refers to if you're advertising something that isn't happening on your property, meaning Cadillac dealership or United Airlines, which is not occurring on your property.
But I'm saying, but if the AEG comes to us and asks for their permit, and we're denying them the permit that's been vetted, and you're saying you disagree with the wording, why are we stopping them from the construction?
We haven't stopped any construction.
Well, what I understand is you've said not to issue the permit. The permit is for construction of the sign.
It's for putting the installation of the sign.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but the issue is you're saying you're disagreeing with the content on the sign, not the construction of the sign.
It's to put the sign, install the off-site signs.
Okay. And so you're saying because they're putting wording on there that does not tell about events or issues within the facility, yes, you disagree?
Well, we're trying to comply with the court's ruling. And there was questions about whether or not the Building and Safety Department can issue determinations as to vested rights. We are not disagreeing with that. We do not argue with the fact that the Department of Building and Safety can make these determinations. Clearly, they can. They can make these determinations. The issue is, do we want to do it in this situation, given the uncertainty of the law? So our position was, let's go back to Judge Collins, not because we have to, but because it's the smart thing to do. Because if we are wrong, then we will unravel what we have done. And I heard Mr. Lewicki said, I'm not a lawyer. That's right, he's not. I'm a lawyer. I am your attorney. When we gave you advice with respect to the ordinance, permanent ban in August, thankfully you followed it. You put confidence in us, and we prevailed on that ordinance in front of the district court judge, who for years had been ruling against us. We are asking at this point that we wait on making this determination because we are filing our motion today with Judge Collins. AEG has the right to install their on-site signs. They will not open with blank walls. They have the Michael Jackson movie, for example, can be advertised. It is an on-site activity. Now, if they're not putting those signs up that advertise Michael Jackson, that is their business decision, not ours.
But in the development agreement, there was a vetted sign for sponsors. So you're saying that is what you disagree with?
I can't agree with you that it was vetted.
Well, they have it as part of a mandatory developmental agreement, as part of the specific plan. Yes. It's well in advance of the ordinance you brought us recently.
For the building, but not for the signs. You need a separate sign permit to install the sign. That's what we're discussing.
But I think the people that issue the permits, I think, disagree with that as it relates to the
They have
issue.
disagreed for many years, and we've gotten ourselves in a difficult position.
Yeah. Let me ask Mr. LaGrange, on the sense of, is it your understanding that they have been vetted for all of these signs?
Mike LeGrand, Department of City Planning. The specific plan identifies
Just to
signs.
correct, I think vested, not vetted, but vested, is that what you're asking? Just want to make sure the legal terms are correct here. Okay.
Vested requirements? Yes, we do feel that these permits are vested, but that call in the current ordinance is something that is conducted by the Department of Building and Safety. I'll let Mr. Chan amplify on that.
Ray Chan, Building and Safety. As I mentioned before, that there's no doubt in our mind that these 6 pending permits, the signs related to them are vested. And let me just reiterate my point really quick. First of all, there's a little confusion about this signage ordinance that was passed in August. I'm going to just quote a section of it because it says, notwithstanding the provisions of Section 12.26A3 of this code, this prohibition shall not apply to any building permit, not sign permit, shall not apply to any building permit issued prior to the effective date of this ordinance. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, 3 permits were issued prior to the effective date of the signage ordinance. Let me continue. If the Department of Building and Safety determines that both substantial liabilities have been incurred and substantial work has been performed on the site, 3 permits were issued prior to the effective date. The work related to these 3 permits, they all related, for the general buildings. At the same time, these 3 permits also include some portions of the sign. For example, the claddings. For example, the frame. For example, the support structures. For example, the electrical wiring for the lights. Now, in our view, these are permits as defined by the signage ordinance. And they were permitted before the effective date of the ordinance. And they have been permitted, they have completed their work, they have been inspected by our people, and they have been approved by our people. And that is the reason why all the senior managers within the Department of Building and Safety who have been involved with this job, including myself, believe that these signs are vested, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Carter, is there any consideration, because I'm concerned that we have Galen, we have LA Live, and we have the Coliseum that's lurking under the same conditions. They all have special permit issues, they all have specific plans, and they all are in a position, or we were told, they would not be affected by the new ordinance. Any consideration of what the liability or the litigation could be if we continue not to issue permits as to LA Live, Galen, or the Coliseum eventually may be suing the city because they believe they have a vested sign?
Well, I think I just want to clarify, and I think the folks in Building and Safety would agree to this. AEG or any other entity still needs a sign permit. They cannot just operate under a building permit. We have to understand that. So the fact that they still need a sign permit tells you and confirms what I've been saying. You can't just rely on the building permit because it doesn't authorize a sign. And so why we're here is because AEG wants a sign permit to install it 10 months after the court has told us in December of 2008, the court has said if you don't have a sign permit after that period, you don't get a sign permit. So here we are today, 10 months after, talking about a sign permit. If they didn't need a sign permit and all they needed was a building permit, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So I'm going back to what Judge Collins said. Judge Collins said you cannot rely on a specific plan, a supplemental use agreement, or a development agreement, which the building and safety people are talking about, to get a sign permit. So the issue that we have before us is whether or not it is the smart thing to do to issue that today or in the next week, or rather to go with Judge Collins, ask her to clarify it, because Judge Collins has heard a number of these cases. She has never heard this particular situation. She has not. She kind of looked at it, but she didn't rule on it. She said, if you have a sign permit before December 22nd, 2008, and you've done substantial work on it, then it's okay to do it, to put that sign up. We've never had this situation before. So in terms of litigation risk, Councilman, I'd rather not talk about that in detail in public, but I can tell you we're treading in an area where it would be difficult for me to assess that. And so
but there's potential if people believe they're vested and they've invested money and they're moving forward, and we've given them that assurance of being vested. Does that put the city in a position of being able to defend itself?
Yes, we can defend ourselves, Council, because people sue the city all the time thinking they have vested rights, and we prevail. It doesn't mean they're right. It means that there could be litigation, and we could prevail. In fact, in the recent matter we had before Judge Collins agreed with the city on what the definition was as to when there was vested rights, and we've prevailed on that. And I think we could prevail in many other matters, but I would rather not get into detail about this particular one in open session.
Let me just say my final comment. When I left here after voting for the ordinance that you asked for an emergency, I left here clearly with the impression that my specific issue with the Coliseum was not a part of it. So it would be difficult, I think, in defending us if members that voted on it left with that impression and would be asked to testify against the interest of the city, because I think that when we talked about Galen, the Coliseum, and LA Live, we all left here believing that if you were in that situation, that new ordinance did not affect it, that new ordinance was not even going to be complied with as it relates to those specific issues. So if something's changed since that vote, you have people that left here believing it was to the contrary.
Well, if I may, Councilman, this issue was somewhat litigated before Judge Collins about the intent or the specific thoughts of particular council members, but what governs is the language, the black and white language of that particular ordinance, and in that ordinance, there is a provision for this if we win on appeal.
If I understand litigation and also laws, I think it also be very heavily weighted on what our intent was when we voted.
We've already litigated part of that before Judge Collins, and the city prevailed in that matter.
Okay, Mr. Labange has said that he will speak after the public comment. We have 15 for cards, 1 against, 2 general, and 3 in which nothing is marked. Just for clarification's sake, on the 3 unmarked ones, these aren't the first speakers, but Mr. John Walsh, Mr. Jerry Newman, and Mr. Arnold Sachs, did you want to be general, for, or against? General, Mr. Sachs? Against Mr. Walsh, and for Mr. Newman. Okay, we'll put those in those categories. We'll start with the 4 ones. Veronica Perez is our first speaker. Carol Schatz will be our next. She can start, and then we'll go Veronica after that. Or are you not speaking at all, Veronica? Okay, so Carol Schatz, it'll be 2 minutes per speaker. What we will do, though, is we'll do 15 minutes on each side, so we'll get through as many 4 cards as we can. If folks go less than 2 minutes, it means there's more time for others to speak. Ms.
Carol
Schatz.
Schatz, President of Central City Association of Los Angeles. The LA Times got it right today. A deal is a deal. From the specific plan all the way up from the development agreement to the vesting that took place prior to the moratorium. This terrific company that has made a huge difference in this city has relied on the city's commitments, and the city needs to keep its commitments, not only for this terrific company, but in terms of sending a signal to anybody who wishes to invest in the city in the future that the city is not going to change the rules at the 11th hour. This is a critical message. You need to hear it. And what else do we need to hear besides $2.5 billion of investment in a critical part of this city that has absolutely transformed the city, that has produced provided all kinds of tax revenues and new employees, and has turned the lights on downtown. A court process at this point is not practical. Are we really suggesting that anytime there's an issue on signage now, we have to go to court? That ordinance gave Building and Safety the right to look at each particular case and determine what was vested and what wasn't. That is what they did. They have not changed their position. Please do the right thing and support their right to put up these signs. That right has been clear from the very beginning, and that they deserve to be able to do this now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shamari Davis. After that is Johnny O'Kane.
Good morning, City Council members. Good morning. My name is Shamari Davis, and I represent about 7,500 electricians, union electricians that are working in IBEW Local 11. Thank you very much. And quite a few of our members are working on this project. They worked on it when it started, and they still work there now. AEG has been a very socially responsible developer. They've implemented local hire, and they've created construction and permanent jobs. Quite frankly, this really comes down to promises kept. We strongly supported this project in 2001. It went through a lengthy process, and it was vetted through community and labor. The project went through the lengthy process, and we supported it. It went through. We support it then, and we support it now. LA City, please keep your promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Johnny O'Kane is next. After Mr. O'Kane will be Tommy Favell.
Good morning. I'm Johnny O'Kane. I represent Union Iron Workers in Los Angeles. And live down in San Pedro, and I'm aware you've got a Pedro guy with a new job and maybe he wants to flex his muscles, but you guys have had this thing going on for a long time. I'd like it just settled today and get it done today and quit coming back here over the same issue.
Thank you. Tommy Favell is next. Then after that is Cindy Sterrett.
Good afternoon, Chairman and fellow council and staff. My name is Tommy Favell. I am with International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 11. I'd just like to say that, you know, it's been crystal clear here all along. Agreement is agreement. And when you're vested with the City Council and the City of LA and AEG, that's agreement. That you can put local hire to work and do this type of work every day. And that's what matters here today. We got to move this forward. A lot of employment going on right now, and that's what we don't need right now. We need to put some jobs starting tomorrow, starting the following day, and every day after that. We got to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry about butchering the name. Is Favai. Thank you, Mr. Favai. Cindy Sterrett is next. After Ms. Sterrett will be David Goldberg.
Mr. Garcetti, I'd like to ask if Mr. Leiweke could speak before me. I think he should have a card
Okay,
in there.
that's fine. Then we'll come back to Ms. Sterrett afterwards.
Just 4 additional points, if I could, before the members. Number one, Judge Collins' decision was specific as to building permits, as was the city ordinance. Number two, the development agreement specifically states on and off-site signage. Number three, this is a breach of contract, and for the damages for us, you will put us in default of our financing and hundreds of millions of dollars worth of contracts. And I'm amazed that they have not advised you yet that in the development agreement, we indemnify the city. Should anyone come after you regarding our signage and your approval of this, we indemnify you. We must fight to go defend you. They forgot to mention that.
All right, Ms. Sterrett is next, and then David Goldberg will follow.
Thank you, Council Member. Cindy Sterrett again. At the October 9th meeting, I was there. It wasn't just the gentleman from AEG. There was a woman there. And I just want to say that the permits were not issued because Building and Safety found they were super graphics, because they found there were too many square feet on that side of the building based on the new ordinance that's been adopted, even though planning, the City Council, numerous public hearings had approved the quantity and location of our signage. That's why Building and Safety was told they would be criminally prosecuted if they issued those permits, even though they found those permits could be issued under the ordinance. It is absolutely true that we have the right to advertise on-site signs as defined in the specific plan, and in fact, it's the Director of Planning under your specific plan who is empowered to interpret that specific plan. The Building and Safety and Planning have been trying to do the right thing to get this building finished. As Tim indicated, it is not AEG's desire to sue the city. It is not AEG's desire to have to breach any of the contracts we have or to create any question as to our ability to fulfill our financing. That is why we are asking that the permits be issued today to complete Regal, and next week that we get all the other permits we need in order to finish this building. Judge Collins has not denied that. She upheld your ordinance and will defend any challenges to it that are brought by third parties, hopefully in cooperation with the city. This city has to be able to continue to do business. The federal judge is not a special master. They haven't taken over your authority. It's the council's decision, Building and Safety's decision, so people can stay employed and people can continue to invest in our city. Extraordinary public benefits are required for development agreements. They're a good thing. That's what we've done, including community benefits to all the neighboring communities. Honoring that development agreement is a vote for the City of Los Angeles to continue to stand for job creation and for keeping its promises at a time when we all need it very, very much. So please let us do that.
Thank you. David Goldberg is next. After that is Maya Zettler.
Good afternoon. David Goldberg of Latham & Watkins here on behalf of LA Arena. You've heard today about whether or not this council should acknowledge LA Arena's vested rights. You've heard from the city attorney's office about the parade of horribles, quote, opening the floodgate. Should the city acknowledge LA Arena's vested rights? Respectfully, this is not a policy decision. Your interim general manager of Building and Safety has determined LA Arena has vested rights. Your chief zoning administrator has determined that LA Arena has vested rights. Your director of planning has determined that LA Arena has vested rights. These vested rights are based on a number of factors, but most importantly, a development agreement entered into with this city. It's a contract that requires the city not to change the rules midstream. Judge Collins did not affect this city's ability to make those vested rights determination. That authority rests with you. Questions were raised by the city attorney's office why LA Arena did not come forward and apply for building permits. I'd like to point out that after Judge Collins' August 2008 ruling, the city planning department issued 2 planning approvals under that specific plan, one for Regal Cinemas, one for the Convention Center Hotel. Clearly, the city believed at that time the specific plan was still in place. 2, following the city's adoption of the ICO in February 2009, the planning department provided written confirmation to LA Arena that it had vested rights under its development agreement. Your August ordinance is no different than any other new rule that development agreements protect you against. We ask that you not let today be the day the city stops living up to its commitments. please let your authorized department building heads do the job they have been appointed to do, the job that they are authorized to do under the code, and issue these permits. Thank you.
Maya Zettler is next. And then Will Painter.
Good afternoon, council members. I am Maya Zettler from VICA, Valley Industry and Commerce Association. VICA is here today to express our strong support for AEG to install the approved signage for the new Regal Cinemas at LA Live. This is a company and a project that has created thousands of new jobs and pumped millions of dollars into revenue into the cities of Los Angeles. What is most troubling to VICA is that this signage has been approved by the City Council in this city back in 2001. The structural and electrical permits have already been issued and the frames have already been installed. And Regal Cinemas are just days away from opening, and they have yet been told that they cannot put up this signage. This is indicative of why businesses avoid Los Angeles while other cities prosper. A clear message must be sent. If a business makes a contract with the City of Los Angeles, our city should honor that contract. I urge you to support this motion today.
Will Painter is our next speaker. After Mr. Painter is Jerry Newman.
My name is Will Painter. I'm with PCL Construction. I certainly echo the issue of making a deal. I'm 45 years in business, and somehow I think deals should be honored. I wanted to specifically address the reliance AEG has placed on the agreement that they've had. There's talk of 08 and 09 and when these things came in place. But as far back as 06, we were designing this building and designing into the building these buildings, well over $3 million worth of infrastructure to support the specific signs. And I will tell you, I've been in many meetings where AEG has been very conscious of the deal, and we had to move this 2 inches and add a foot there so that we would be in compliance with both on-site and off-site signage requirements. So this has been baked into the cake long prior to any 08 thing. The construction's been going on since long before 08. And I guess just as a good old boy who thinks a handshake is important, I would say that they have spent a lot of money going back many, many years in reliance of this deal. And like Mr. Lewicki, I'm not an attorney, and with all due respect to you, Counselor, sometimes I'm glad I'm not. Thank you.
Jerry Newman is our next speaker. And Ted Tanner will follow.
Mr. Members, members of City Council, my name is Jerry Newman. As a principal in a small development which stands in a similar situation as AEG, I come here to support what AEG is trying to do and obtain their entitlements and ensure that the vested rights which they have are recognized by this city. It is unfortunate that at times we have to come to these measures because the reality is in our situation where we are similarly situated and have vested rights, the lack of our ability to obtain signage has put us in default, has put us in a position where we've had to file bankruptcy for our project. We do not want to see that happen similarly to others. We feel that it is important that vested rights be recognized by the city and that the work that you have done to ban signs or to put the problem of signage at ease not affect those of us who came to the table and fought hard to have our rights for our signs and have fought for the ability to have our projects move forward. And we ask you to support AEG in this means because as someone who's similarly situated, treating one person differently than another one would be unfair, and we would hope that at the end of the day, after this is done, you take those handful of people who have vested rights within areas of sign districts and give them the rights to do what they had your agreement to do and put up their signs. Thank you very much.
Ted Tanner is our next speaker. And Mike Pfeiffer.
Honorable President, members of the council, my name is Ted Tanner. I'm Executive Vice President for Real Estate Development for AEG, and I am the executive that Tim Lewicki referred to in that meeting on October 9th. For the past 11 plus years, I have guided the day-to-day planning, entitlement, and construction and implementation of this $2.5 billion project for AEG in our fine city. We have respected the process involving a lengthy EIR, development agreement, specific plan, and have played by the rules. We have honored our commitments, including significant benefits through our community benefits agreement as part of our development agreement for affordable housing, jobs, job training, open space, daycare, and many others. We come today seeking the city to honor its commitments to us, to give us the on-site signage permits that we fought for very hard years ago to include in our specific plan, and to allow us to implement our project, and to support your Department of Building and Safety and your Planning Department, which have also come to that same conclusion. Further, we ask that you join us and the city departments in allowing us our full vested rights on the hotel and conference center, which are just months away, and allow us to complete the job at hand. Thank you.
Mike Pfeiffer is our next speaker, then Beverly Kenworthy is after that.
Good morning, members of council. I'm Mike Pfeiffer. I'm the executive director of the South Park Stakeholders Group. We're a nonprofit organization that also manages the South Park Business Improvement District. In addition to our clean and safe programs, we are developing and providing assistance programs for our current and prospective business owners and employers in the South Park area to assist them through these difficult economic times. In this regard, we encourage their working with the city, complying with city requirements for business licensure, and working in good faith with planning and other requirements. However, it's very disturbing for us to see, in the case of the LA Live signage situation, that the city might require a business such as LA Live to follow a lengthy and detailed process, only to face an arbitrary decision to change the rules at the end of that process. Signage for this project has been reviewed and discussed at numerous public meetings repeatedly over a period of more than 8 years. Signage is critical for LA Live and for many businesses in South Park, as well as throughout the city. Your decision today may have far-reaching implications to businesses of all sizes beyond just signage. South Park Stakeholders Group is working hard with the city and others in the community to grow and attract additional commercial and retail investment to our community. A key element in that process is the trust by business in their future dealings with the city. We urge you to approve the LA Live signage installation as has been agreed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Beverly Kenworthy, and then John Choi.
Beverly Kenworthy with the LA Area Chamber of Commerce. The LA Area Chamber of Commerce strongly urges you to issue AEG their permits today. Believe that issuing a permit on a vested right does not constitute an exception. These agreements went through a lengthy process and required significant community input. They have invested billions of dollars into our city, and they have created thousands of jobs. Please do not continue to send a chilling effect to business coming to Los Angeles and investing in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is John Choi, and then Piedmont Brown.
Good morning. My name is John Choi, and I'm here today on behalf of Maria Elena Durazo, Executive Secretary-Treasurer of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, representing over 800,000 workers in Los Angeles County. If I could take a moment and just have all the members of the labor family just rise and be acknowledged, please. I'm here to express our strong support of AEG and to urge this council to move forward to approve the installation of these billboards as soon as possible. The legal rights to install these billboards vested long before the current ban was ever introduced, and for years the city has given AEG every indication, official and unofficial, legal and anecdotal, that the billboards would be approved. We believe that the law should be applied consistently and not based on who is in elected office at any given moment. Furthermore, AEG has set the standard as a responsible employer in our community. They employ workers in good union jobs with high wages and good benefits. And they have agreed to a set of unprecedented community benefits agreements. AEG has been a responsible employer on all levels, and that is why labor is here today in support. Please consider the message today's decision sends to other responsible employers who are considering bringing their business to LA and the workers and residents of the city that stand to benefit from those jobs. Thank you.
Piedmont Brown is our next speaker. After that, Mr. Robert Smith, did you want to be for or are you general comments?
General comments.
Okay, sorry.
My name is Piedmont Brown. I'm president of the Union Armored of Local 433, and I'm here in support of the AIG. And I'd like to make this statement here. Signage is critical, and I'll tell you how critical it is. Every time I cut on my TV, I see some news, ABC, CBS, NBC, I always see Times Square with all their signages and all their information from all over the world. I sure hope that we look at that situation one day. I can cut on the TV here and see LA Live with this signage and information from all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Smith, general comments. We have 3 cards, and then we have 3 cards against. Stephen Jones will be the next general comments.
Robert Smith, Painters District Council, Allied Trades. Good morning, Council. You know, this is a scary issue. The scary issue here is, you know, it could be any one of you guys, any one of us. The next issue. It's not what it is. It's what it could be. You know, I really take my hat off to you for standing up, because what scares me is this city attorney. This city attorney it looks like he's bullying folks here. Does he have a list of who was against him in his political campaign? And what scares me is I chased a man with a rubber rat. So I guess I'm next. You guys can remember me. I'll be next. Sure I am. You know, we need to move. This developer, we've never had a developer come into town like this, invest the money, pull every stakeholder, labor, business, community, religious, brought everybody together. You know, we went through meetings and rooms of people that would never talk to us because of who we were. We were labor, and we didn't want to talk to them. But we literally sat down with them and hammered this project out, and we get to the end, and it's ready to open, and I gotcha. It's like a Salem witch hunt. So I caution you in the future for anything that we may get from the city attorney, that you may work forward something that you've worked on. Do we have an, you know, I don't know, is city attorney, mayor, God, council? Thank you.
Stephen Jones is our next speaker. After Mr. Jones will be Arnold Sachs.
Yes, thank you, members of the council. Steve Jones, current president of the California Sign Association, and also an employee of Young Electric Sign Company. We represent in our association many, many sign companies. These sign companies represent literally thousands of businesses in the city of Los Angeles. We do work for them. They rely on local ordinances. I simply want to urge you once again to remember your responsibility to support our friends in building and safety and planning, give them and honor their authority to make decisions on behalf of the business community in Los Angeles, so that the many businesses who do business here and the many who are considering coming to Los Angeles can rely on a consistent, fair, and prosperous environment in which to do business. Please support AEG and the businesses like them who do so much to keep this city healthy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Arnold Sachs for general comments.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Arnold Sachs. This goes directly to the heart of City Council and its actions. I believe what you have here is an incident, but it reflects on your municipal code versus specific plan actions, where you have a municipal code that spells out certain things that occur, and then you take a municipal plan and you change it. And so the ball ends up in the city attorney's office, because you make these, I don't know, we'll just change this municipal code by creating this specific plan that will alter the municipal code. So you have this specific incident, which is an epidemic of the sign problems you have in the city of LA. Now, I did hear the city attorney say they have a building permit, but doesn't entitle them to a sign permit. So conversely, if they got a sign permit, would that entitle them to a building? I don't know. Then I also heard some attorneys say, we have an agreement with LA Live, we have an agreement with AEG, and we have an agreement with LA Arena Land Company. All vested. Well, that's 3 companies. That was a problem when the item appeared in the transportation, the Trade Tourism Committee. I brought it up then. I bring it up now. That's another problem. You have this who's on first mentality, and the public pays. And as far as AEG creating millions and thousands of millions of dollars in revenue for the city, let's not forget that they got millions of dollars in tax incentives, and they're still getting incentives because they had over 2,200 events at Staples Center, and the city covers the cost for public service, the public service the police and the parking public service that occurs at those events.
Dennis Hathaway is our next speaker on the against side, to be followed by John Walsh.
Good afternoon. I'm not actually against the motion, which was to bring the building department and the planning department here to explain the situation. I think it was very valuable, actually, that we heard those things that we have heard. I know a lot more about what's going on with this particular issue right now than I did before I came to the council this morning. As far as the issue of vested rights, I'm not an attorney. I'm not qualified to make that determination. However, what I do know is that this city has gotten itself in the past in deep, deep trouble with billboard regulation, with illegal billboards, with lawsuits. There are over 20 lawsuits still pending in the courts right now from sign companies. They have attacked every little crack in the enforcement in the city laws to undermine billboard and sign enforcement in this city. So I think that the city attorney's personality should not be an issue here. I think that the focus should be on the issue, and that is that this city attorney's office, regardless of whether the city attorney himself may have offended people in his manner, that this city attorney's office has really turned a corner from the past in pursuing meaningful enforcement of sign regulations and defending the city against these lawsuits. And for me personally, I would rather put my faith in what comes out of the city attorney's office in this issue rather than what the head of building and safety, with no disrespect to that person, or the person from city planning says. Thank you.
Thank you. John Walsh is our next speaker.
I worship O. Tim Lewicki.
Sir, if you could please, if you could come forward to the podium, please.
I'm
Mr. Walsh.
crawling to the podium. I'm crawling to the podium the way every politician in this city, except Carmen Trutanich, crawls in front of Lewicki. Tricky Lewicki. On your knees in front of AEG's Tricky Lewicki. We worship you. You give us money. And he does it unselfishly. We worship you, oh God. And then when he walks up here, he acted like he was the CEO. You were shrieking. You were shirking. You were trembling. He had an arrogant tone of voice. Put up the Michael Jackson sign now. America wants the Michael Jackson sign, and you're holding it hostage. Off-site, on-site, parasite, Tricky Lewicki. And if you want to sue me, I don't have a damn cent. If you sue me, you'll get my money. And actually, I like him. He's a nice dresser. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the city of L.A. for the price. And this man owns everybody except the politician that the L.A. Times, and this man, did you accuse him of extortion? He said it was kind of like extortion. Carmen Trutanich is a man. He's a man. And he stands up for all of us. And you know, I get neon burn in the street, digital burn from all these damn signs. And I'd like to spend my last 10 seconds doing some more worship of Lewicki. We worship you!
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. If you'll please maintain decorum, that will end the comments on the against and the public comments. Mr. Labange is our next speaker.
City staff return to the table. Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Carter, I appreciate City Attorney. I appreciate what he has done. This is a city of great neighborhoods. And in the city of great neighborhoods also has city of emerging districts. And in my account, and I need Sharon to give me some, Sharon So from our CLA's office, just some history here. For 13 years, we've been in partnership in trying to take parking lots that were vacant, trying to take an old, did you ever work at Georgia Street, Bernard? An old police station was down there, a Georgia Street station, an old Hofbrau, and create a center. Give me the background, Sharon, real quick, if you would, please. Hold my time.
Just very, very quickly, back in 1995, Council President John Ferraro actually asked the CAO and the CLA's office to work with the original developers, and it's changed over the years. There's been more and more partners that have come into this project, but there have literally been approximately 14 years of approvals that this council has acted upon, including, development agreements and specific plans and a whole host of other actions that this council has taken. So there has been a rather lengthy record of the council taking action to approve this project, and included within this project were a number of provisions with regard to signage.
On that time. And over the course of time, Mr. LeGrand, you've looked at this and you understand the sensitivities, because we fought for some change in signs so that they're not signs everywhere sign. But this is something you see and it meets whatever our specific plan is for that area.
Correct. Michael LeGrand, Department of City Planning. The Director of Planning, Gil Goldberg, has issued project permit approvals for these signs that make specific findings that these signs are in compliance with the provisions of the specific plan. The specific plan went through extensive community input. The stakeholders of South Park have supported this plan, and the development community has followed this plan, and we have issued all the approvals necessary to carry out these signs that have been before us.
And as Mr. Parks mentioned, the Coliseum and USC, the university in their building, whatever it is, there's something there that I believe we predated a lot of this activity of your great success, Mr. Carter, on the 6th of October. So my situation is how you stand on this. I'm not a giant sign guy, although the best sign in the world, most famous sign, is in my district, the Hollywood sign, but that's there in the neighborhood. It's been there historically. Historically, we've worked to this end to try to create an entertainment district. I know I questioned the safety issues here that were answered, and also I supported Ms. Perry on a sign at the MTA with the hopes of, which she is so strongly for, improving parks in her district. In that area, that deal that was correctly made with the MTA, if I have my memory correct on that issue there. I don't want signs in neighborhoods, but I believe in signs in districts, and I believe in partnerships. And I don't know what the city has, and if you look back at its history, as a success it has been in the area between Olympic Boulevard and to connect our convention center without the signage that's there. So and I appreciate you talking and saying as a attorney, but also understanding those who predate our present administration here have been working to this end on that. And does it fit with an entertainment district? That's the question that we have a successful entertainment district. So with that being said, and I know there's some neighbors and constituent of mine, I'm going to vote with the issue of the recommendation of the zoning administrator here because of our interest in creating not just great neighborhoods and protecting neighborhoods in Los Angeles, but also creating great entertainment districts that are worked through a whole process. I wanted to state that. I thank you, and I have you all have a good afternoon.
Mr. Koretz is our next speaker, and then Ms. Hahn, and then Mr. Zine, each for a first time. Mr. Koretz.
Well, I don't know that anyone views me in this city as being Mr. Pro-Sign necessarily. And I'm not advocating one way or the other in terms of whether these signs should have been approved, should go up. But my one question is, where does legislative intent play into this ordinance? Because I have to say, and my colleagues can disagree with me if I'm not representing their point of view, but I think it's safe to say that every one of us thought that these signs were vested, and these signs were in compliance, and these signs under the previous approvals were going to go up. And I certainly didn't vote for our sign ordinance expecting that that was going to block these signs or that in any way we could if we wanted to. So my question, I guess it'd be for the city attorney, is how does our legislative intent and the fact that I believe, and again, anyone can correct me with if I'm wrong, that every one of us thought the sign ordinance that we passed would have no impact on this set of signs that we're talking about.
Well, if I may, Councilman, the issue of the voting on and the approval of the permanent ban on August 7th of this year was before Judge Collins. The transcript of this session was before Judge Collins. And it was clear in that session that what was on the record showed that the council was voting for a permanent ban and voting on the language of the ordinance. And the language of the ordinance was very clear as to what was going to happen as a result of that ordinance. There were some exceptions put forth in the ordinance, and they related to the appeal, that should we prevail on appeal, certain things could be used in that determination. That was before Judge Collins, and we prevailed in our argument in that matter. That's the legislative record that's available and was reviewed by the court. In terms of where we go from here, I heard a lot of conversation.
Chair, can you save my remaining time?
I'm sorry.
No, I was just holding his time. Go ahead.
All right. As your lawyer, and I am your lawyer. I represent the city. I'm not here to make a policy determination. I'm here to advise you. I would rather do this in closed session. I will not go into great detail here. However, these were not arbitrary decisions being made by a particular elected official or a city attorney. The city got itself in this position over many, many years. Decisions being made by the Department of Building and Safety, decisions being made by this council. And the court, the United States District Court, Judge Collins ruled that the city was acting in an arbitrary fashion, an unconstitutional fashion, that you were using unfettered discretion to grant sign permits to this person and not this person, in this area and not this area. We have come out of that clutter. As of October 6th, the judge has given us guidance. Yes, the Building and Safety Department does have discretion to issue these permits if they choose to, if they decide there's vested rights. Our position is Judge Collins has never seen this situation before. So, out of an abundance of caution, we believe it is appropriate to give us time to go before Judge Collins so we make the right decision. If you make the wrong decision or whatever decision you make today, as your counsel, I will represent you. We will represent you, and we will defend the city. We wanted to take this initial measure to make sure. Again, the issue is not about on-site signs. AEG can put their on-site signs up. They can do that. They could have done it. For 2 weeks now, they haven't done it. And it's not about the refusing to allow them to build. They have built. They just want to put up these off-site signs. That's what this is about.
Well, I'd say when you say an abundance of caution, I think no matter what decision we make, there's a certain amount of peril to it.
but I would tend to lean towards following our legislative intent. And I think it was my belief, again, as not as someone who's a cheerleader for signs, that those rights would be vested, and that all of us believed it at the time. So for us to take an action that goes against our legislative intent, you need to explain to me how that makes sense. And I haven't heard an answer to the legislative intent piece of the question.
Well, I did. Your legislative intent is not the law. The black and white letter of the ordinance is the law, as well as Judge Collins's decision on October 6th. That is the law. It does not incorporate what this is about here today. There is nothing in the case law and in the ordinance and in Judge Collins's ruling on October 6th that deals with this situation. And my advice is that we put this over until we allow Judge Collins, as with respect to off-site, allow Judge Collins to review this. Now, if you make a decision today, we will represent you in whatever decision you decide to make. But when I heard Mr. Lewicki say, well, there's an indemnity agreement in the agreement, that means nothing in terms of what happens to the city ordinance. Because what will happen if the city chooses wrongly, the permanent ban will be held unconstitutional, and we will not be able to enforce that law. It has nothing to do with indemnity. It deals with the city's power to enforce the billboard law. It doesn't deal with indemnity.
Well, I think it's fair to say there are arguments on both sides of this issue. I'd be inclined to come down on the side of the rights that we thought were vested when we passed this ordinance, and which I still would tend to think is the case.
If I may, this is Ray Chan from Building Safety. May I make a clarification regarding what signs could be issued and what signs could not be issued and based on what reasons?
Sure, go ahead, briefly.
Regal Cinema has a total of 22 signs proposed. Out of the 22 signs, we have issued permits for 16 signs. The total proposed area for all the signs is about 8,300 square feet. Out of the 16 permits that we have issued, that totals to approximately 4,200 square feet. Right now, the 6 pending permits equate to another 4,000 additional square footage. This additional 4,000 square footage was allowed by the development agreement, but not the code. It's allowed by the development agreement, but not by code. I mean, it was not by right. By right, it was permitted only the 4,200 square foot related to the 16 permits that we have issued. This remaining 6 permits, whether they're on-site or off-site, are not allowed by code because the 4,200 square feet already maxed out the code allowable. I just want to clarify that point.
And I think that's an important point. We are only talking about 6 off-site signs. There are 22 there. They will have 16 signs up already. We are not talking about denying them any signs. We're talking about 6 off-site signs. The council will be making a decision on 6 out of 22, and that's what we are asking the council to consider so we can have some time to go before the court. And for whatever reason, AEG did not want to join us in that effort. That may say more than anything.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. I mean, certainly this seems to, again, put us in a very, what else is new, an uncomfortable situation when it comes to signage in the city of Los Angeles. And I think we have tried very hard and struggled with this issue, trying to find a way where we can keep local control, but get a handle on what some have deemed to be sort of an out of control, blight caused by signage. I will say that, it's not about personalities. I think our city attorney is a fine man. I happen to have supported him. He's a local Pedro guy. And I think his intent has always been, since he came in office, to look out for the residents of Los Angeles, look out for the taxpayers. He's clearly given watchdog a whole new meaning. But, he was elected by the people, I think, because he portrayed himself as someone who would be independent and would look out. I'm not comfortable, though, with some of the things I've heard. And I hope that as we go forward, whatever advice the city attorney has to give us, or whatever entities are out there that have chosen to partner with the city of Los Angeles, we treat everybody with respect, and we treat everybody with dignity. And I know, I mentioned last week that the late legislator Bob Beverly and my father worked on a bill called Rob a Home, Go to Jail. I hope, that this ordinance doesn't mean issue a permit, go to jail. I don't think that's where we want to be. But I will say that I agree with Paul that I think our intent when we voted on this ordinance was to keep this bit of discretion as it related to a development agreement. And that's how I feel like I looked at it. And I think it is a message, I think, that we send to business in Los Angeles. It is a message, no matter what you think about Tim Leiweke. I mean, I am thrilled that we have LA Live. I think LA Live has brought LA back alive. I really do. And when I hear from my iron workers and my electricians that this is about jobs, I think that's a message we do want to send today. And while it may just be about 6 permits, I honestly feel like our intent on this ordinance was to allow it in this particular circumstance. But I will say that it puts us all in a tough position. It puts me in a very difficult position. I listen to our city attorney. We take advice. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. But this is a very strong message from the city attorney, and I think it's difficult. But I will say that when I looked at this ordinance, and when I hear planning and building and safety interpret it, it gives me a little bit of comfort that that's the way we intended this to be. So I probably will vote today to support that. I hope we're moving forward in the direction that I think we as a city have intended to move forward. I hope it doesn't have unintended consequences, but I think that's the side that I'm going to come down on today, and I hope, again, it sends the right kind of message. And on the indemnity issue, that's what I was going to ask you to kind of clarify that, because it seemed to me that kind of meant if perchance we were sued over this, that we would be indemnified by Leiweke and his corporation.
Not if our ordinance is over. If the wrong decision is made by the council and we are challenged in other lawsuits, one could challenge because we gave one to this person and not another, then we could be challenged, as we were before, successfully, that the council arbitrarily, at unfettered discretion, allowed a sign permit to be issued under a specific plan or development agreement, as the court has said we should not do. Mr. Leiweke will have nothing to do with that, because then our ordinance will be found unconstitutional.
Okay.
That's what will happen.
All right.
And that has nothing to do with indemnity. And with respect to the relevance of legislative intent, I was not here on August 7th when this matter was debated and heard before council, but my colleague, Mr. David Michelson, was, and he may have a comment to answer Councilman Koretz.
I'm done.
Thank you, council members. David Michelson with the Office of the City Attorney. Indeed, a number of council members have mentioned the issue of legislative intent with respect to the August sign ordinance that was adopted by your council and is now legally effective. I believe, Councilmember Koretz, the legislative intent is, as you said it, quite frankly, that, and it's actually emblazoned in the ordinance in fairly plain English, in that anyone who had an established vested right to their signs prior to the effective date of this ordinance was good to go. They wouldn't be prevented or blocked by this ordinance, even for off-site signs. But that requires looking at individual projects. And with respect to this project, AEG's LA Live Regal Cinema project, at the time that this ordinance was before you in August, I cannot honestly say there was a full or even partially full analysis of whether AEG had vested rights. They probably thought they did at that time, clearly. But only recently, within the last few weeks, has anyone taken a close look as to whether indeed AEG has these vested rights. Because clearly under the intent, the legislative intent of the ordinance was to allow folks with vested rights, as California law provides for, not to be prevented under this new ordinance from putting up their new signs. But it has to be sort of a project-by-project analysis. Mr. Jerry Newman was at the microphone during public comment with respect to his project, Metropolitan Project in Hollywood, where he's got a position as to whether his project has vested rights. Again, it requires analysis. And these are legal issues, legal analysis. Many times as to vested rights, it ends up with a black robe having to make that decision, a judge. The other intent in the ordinance, also emblazoned in the ordinance that you adopted in August of 2009, was if the city prevails on appeal in the worldwide rush litigation in the Ninth Circuit, then automatically the exceptions we're talking about today would be authorized again, development agreement, specific plan, and that appeal is still pending in the Ninth Circuit. There'll certainly be a lot more clarity when that ruling comes out of the Ninth Circuit, and that'll be of great help to everyone involved in this city, really around the country when it comes to signage issues.
Mr. Zine is our next speaker for the first time.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you hold my time, please. Mr. Carter, you know my respect for the City Attorney's Office and Mr. Stutanich, and I think it's the mood of the council is that they want to support this particular project with AEG. They develop that downtown area, a lot of money, etc., the workers that are here. I think that the mood of this council is to support granting this permit for the 6 signs, and I think I may have a solution as listening to this at 1:20 in the afternoon. If we could get the sign approval to go forward for the 22 signs. You say there's 16, they can put up the sign, the advertisement now. There's 6 signs that we're discussing. You want to go back to court to have the judge clarify and have a clarification by the judge so there's some question mark that remains. If we could get a commitment from AEG that they would put up all those signs, but they would limit those signs, the advertising, until we can get the judge's decision to on-site, which I think moots the point, then we won't have to worry about the issue, but then the judge can issue a decision. You say on-site's legal, so instead of the 6 blank signs, if we could get them advertising whatever restaurant or whatever activity or whatever, because you go by Nokia, they got advertisement out there. If we could get a commitment while we go to court, and I think the court hopefully will be next week, if that could help solve this problem, they could go forward with their project, the council would support it, and I think if we can do that with their commitment that they would put those up, the 6 we're talking about, but they would, during this time until we get this court decision rendered, limit it to an on-site activity, whatever the on-site activity, in addition to the Michael Jackson movie or whatever else. Would that assist in getting this resolved temporarily until we can get the matter resolved by the judge?
Well, I'll ask my colleague David Michelson to respond to that initial question. But factually, I just want to clarify that AEG today has the authority to put up its on-site signs, to advertise whatever it is doing on that site. And I think it has, to what? What's
Not for those 6 signs.
No, I mean, talking about the 16 on-site.
Yeah, but so we're talking about 6 signs. Okay. So we're debating the 6 signs. So what I'm asking is if we get a commit on those 6 signs, in addition to what they can do on the on-site, if they would commit to the advertising, whatever it may be, something dealing with Staples, the complex, etc., during this time until we get a decision by the court, which I think moots this point, and then they can go with those signs, everything will come off fine, and whatever the decision is, the decision. But this way, you're not going to have 6 blank signs, but the advertisement could then be on-site, which I think could solve the problem.
Well, I don't know if the current code allows for those 6 to come up, even under that limited condition.
But you're saying on-site's permitted?
For off-site.
I'm
but
saying,
if you wanted to put on-site in there, that's an issue in terms of square footage.
Well, that's what I'm saying. To be on-site advertising until we get that the district court decision.
from a legal, maybe from a factual perspective, building and safety can answer that, and David Michelson can ask from a legal perspective.
Ray Chan, Building and Safety. Certainly this is one option, because once you have those 6 signs completely on-site by the definition of the code, then right away it would not even be part of the sign ban ordinance to begin with, because the sign ban ordinance only applies to off-site signs, super graphic.
So we can solve the problem that way.
So in terms of whether, I'm just saying this is an option. I don't know what AEG would think about it.
I just dreamed of it as we were sitting here talking for the last 3 hours.
This is definitely a possible solution to answer your question, because once you make this an on-site sign, okay, then it would not be part of the sign ban orders. Am I correct, Mr. Michelson?
Council members, David Michelson with City Attorney. My initial reaction is, although I appreciate the creativity, it may not actually be a viable solution, and I'll explain why briefly. There's 2 aspects that have to be considered from a legal perspective. One is, are they on-site? 2, and that's what Councilmember Zine is focusing on. 2 is limitations on the square footage that's allowed per the structure, for the size of that structure. In other words, these would be construed as on-site wall signs, but in the code there's a square footage aggregate limitation that you cannot exceed for that wall sign, even if it is on-site, depending on the size of your building and other factors. And so we'd have to look into whether there is an appropriate legal mechanism to allow AEG to go beyond the wall sign square footage restriction, even if it's just on-site. And this is all pursuant to the code.
Because the feel I'm getting from this council is we're going to direct and we're going to support them putting up all those signs, including the 6 that are in question. What I'm trying to do is give an opportunity for them to do this, for you to get the court decision, and then work it out with AEG. They seem to be very cooperative. We know they put billions of dollars in this city. I don't want to be negative on it. I don't want to vote against it, but I want to see if we can come up with some compromise. Mr. Lewicki has spoken. He wants to help out make this happen. I think everyone here is trying to help a business and be business friendly and not be anti-business. So if some solution can be given for those 6 signs, and we did permits, we did this, we did that, it's like we're at the 12th hour and all of a sudden you're not going to be able to do it. I would support what this council wants to do, and I think the mood is, as I said, to go forward to grant this. And we don't want to destroy what we've worked on for the signs in the city of Los Angeles, the other activities, but for this particular venture, if that could be worked out, which might be a solution to the problem, since it's been emphasized a number of times, on-site signs are permitted. On-site's permitted. And if we're talking about 6, if that could be incorporated somehow in on-site, maybe we can put this to rest, and they could open up their operation, and then whatever the court decision is, we can then be judged by that. So anyway, that's my position on it, and I'm going to support it, and I hope that the city attorney's office will then hopefully work out the arrangements with AEG and come to a conclusion on this for everybody. Thank you.
Council members, a couple of quick observations. Again, David Michelson, the city attorney's office. Number 1, only the building official, who's represented here today by Raymond Chan, is empowered and authorized under the law to issue or deny the issuance of a permit. Certainly council can express its intentions and its hopes and its aspirations for this issue, but the actual decision as to whether to issue this permit or not issue squarely falls on the shoulders of the building official, and of course it's our job as city attorney to give that building official, as we do city council, legal advice as to ramifications in the actions that he may or may not take. Also, to reiterate, AEG has building permits, but they don't actually have the sign permit in place, which is what they're still seeking, and that, of course, is part of the crux of the issue. And, well, we've been struggling with this issue, obviously, for a number of weeks as well. It appears relatively clear to us, and we're happy to have ongoing discussions, but I am not guardedly optimistic. I'm not optimistic that the resolution you're suggesting would provide the relief that AEG is seeking. If for no other reason, it's the square footage in the aggregate that is a limitation factor in the code.
Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I was not going to speak on this issue, but I feel compelled to say a few words. Although Mr. Carter and Dave and Jane from the city attorney's office I have appreciated the way that you have come before this council in the past and articulated your positions and recommendations to us. So I find that enjoyable and informative. With that said, there's always a reference that you are our lawyers, that you are our attorneys. My attorney would not go to one of my colleagues and suggest that she was committing a crime if I didn't tell my attorney to do that. My attorney would not go to AEG and have that type of discussion or whatever discussion you had unless we indicated to our attorney that's what we wanted to do. Our attorney would not go to building and safety and have a discussion that would make him fear to issue permits because he might be creating some criminal act. That's not the discussion that I would have my attorney have with those entities. The suggestion that I have is I kind of like what's happening in the city attorney's office. But if you're truly going to be our attorney, we should work together better. Mr. Zine suggested that he believes that it is the mood of this council to vote to suggest that Mr. Chan do what Mr. Chan has already said he wanted to do. Our attorney should gauge the mood of its bosses and engage us in ways in which we could accomplish what we need to accomplish. When you do, and again, this is in the spirit of just making a suggestion, when you move forward the way that you did in this case and in a couple of cases, you put our backs to the walls. And I did not hire an attorney to put my back to the wall. I want the attorney to help me win, not help me lose. The reality of the situation, members, is that, and I hate to use a cliche, but it's true, a deal is a deal is a deal, and we made a deal. We're talking about jobs, and we're talking about a variety of things. So with that said, Ms. Perry, no, I don't need that. I appreciate it, but that's not why I said what I said. So I am prepared to do what your recommendation is, but I just wanted to say that in this short period of time, I have enjoyed, and I think there is a possibility for the council and the city attorney's office to do great things together. So I'm just making the suggestion that if you're going to be our attorney, truly be our attorney. So Ms. Perry, what action do what are you asking for us to do right now? And let's do it and go deal with the police issue that we have next.
All right. Okay. I don't want to, I will respond to that, but I think I have Mr. Reyes ahead of me.
Yeah, Mr. Reyes,
and
Mr.
I can do
Alarcon.
my response very quickly after the speakers ahead of me.
But for the record, Ms. Perry, ask for something nice because he said he'd do whatever you want today. So, Mr. Reyes is within reason. Mr. Reyes and then Mr. Alarcon.
Let's qualify that. Colleagues, I just want to touch on the theme of trust in this discussion. There's a trust factor we should have with our attorney. There's a trust factor that we should base our decisions on because we're assuming that we're the clients and we're getting trustworthy advice. But there is a history here of the new leadership of being very much against the billboard when that leadership was in the commission. And that's public knowledge. There's no question about that. And so I understand that when we passed this motion back when, that we were going to respect the vested rights, that we were going to protect investments, that we were going to allow jobs to be created, and that we will not be in this position. So I'm really wrestling with this notion of trust with a city attorney when there are environments being created because it seems like they want to be the ones creating policy despite the wishes of their bosses. And I hate to use that term. But that's what the charter indicates. The charter states the city attorney advises the council. But now we have to talk about trust. And that, I believe, has been severely shaken, at least for myself. Severely shaken. I want to work with the city attorney. This city is a $400 million debt. Jobs are being lost. We have homeless situation. I can go on. And we're the leadership. The city attorney is part of that leadership. Where's the trust? We need to build that up. So I want to stand here and support Councilmember Perry, support the jobs, support the commitments, support what it was that we decided upon back when. And I would hope that the city attorney leadership checks itself when it starts engaging the creation of environments because it does not agree with the council. That, to me, creates distrust, and that should not be allowed in this dialogue. We can talk about it privately, we can do it in closed session, but we should not be doing that out in public because they want to create pressure on the elected officials. That is not building trust, and that's what we need today. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon.
To me, this issue boils down to a simple irregularity in the process. Number one, the intent of the City Council was clear, that we wanted to exempt certain projects from the moratorium. We expressed that in the meeting. But somehow, apparently, in the City Attorney's opinion, the ordinance does not capture the legislative intent. But we, in fact, made our positions clear on this issue. At least we thought we did. And I remember generally the discussion and Ms. Perry in particular asking the question. And yet, if there was a disagreement, it should have been raised at that time, or it should have been expressed. But I distinctly remember the city attorney representative saying that, yes, any vested project will not be included in the moratorium. So now, who writes the ordinances for the city of Los Angeles that are supposed to capture the legislative intent? The city attorney. So if there is an error here, the error was in interpreting the intent of the city council when the ordinance was approved. How do we cure that? Because the legislative intent is still the prevailing issue to this council. That is our desire, and I'm asking the city attorney to tell us how to get back to what we wanted to do, which was to exempt this project.
Councilman, in terms of the permanent ordinance and the discussion on August 7th, that was captured in the ordinance. Vested rights was allowed in the ordinance. Vested rights has a whole history of law behind it. And so when you say vested rights, you have to deal with the law.
Let me cut to the chase here. So you're suggesting that Ms. Perry, who has one massive project in her district that was being considered during this discussion, that when the city attorney answered her question about vesting rights, they completely ignored the reality of what she was dealing with?
I don't know what if any questions Ms. Perry asked on that subject.
Oh, she asked questions, and I'm sure that the review of the tape will show that.
I have the transcript. We can review that, but I didn't mean to interrupt you, Counsel.
Well, I interrupted you, so it's fair. But the point I'm trying to make is it was clear. It's clear to everybody that Ms. Perry wanted to make sure that this project was exempt from the moratorium. The response from the city attorney was affirmative, not to a specific question about whether this project was going to be exempt, but generally, I mean, that was the only issue that she would be most concerned with. It's a huge project, and yet the answer was yes, it was going to be exempt, or yes, vested projects will be exempt. But really, is that what we want in our attorney? I mean, when I go to an outside attorney, I want them to kind of understand what life experience I'm going through here and give me some advice that makes sense in the context of the life experience. Ms. Perry's project was prominent. It should have been known by the city attorney that that's what her question was intended to refer to.
Well, Councilman, I cannot agree with your assessment and your statement of the record. That's not how, when I've reviewed the record, when I've reviewed the record, that is not clear in the record.
Could you shed some light on that?
Yes, I did not see that in the record.
Could you tell me what's in the record to shed some light?
This was a lengthy hearing. I do recall very heated
Please hold my time.
I remember, I can't go into detail about the record other than I remember Councilman Reyes and other making it very clear this was a permanent ban, and that the only matters that would be subject to further sign installation would be those that had vested rights. There was no specific discussion of a specific project. And if the councilman remembers, the reason we had to get before the council on August 7th was because of pending lawsuits, a number of lawsuits that had been filed, which would have resulted in the interim control ordinance being enjoined. With respect to vested rights, there's a lengthy history of law and case law, and we were before Judge Collins, and Judge Collins made it very clear.
But we're not talking about that.
Yes.
We're talking about legislative intent.
Yes, but legislative intent, no pun intended, is vested in vested rights. Vested rights is a term of art which was in the
legislative intent is what the council intends.
Correct.
And the city attorney representing us is supposed to advise us in the context of that intent.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter what the courts are saying. You need to let us know if our interpretation of vested rights is wrong.
I didn't remember that conversation of vested rights as to what it meant in that.
So the assumption from the city attorney's office was that the council knew what vested rights were. Notwithstanding the fact that you are now asking for clarification from the court as to what vested rights are.
No, not what vested rights are, but on this particular situation, whether this constitutes vested rights. This whole issue is whether this particular project falls within the court's order, whether they had a signed permit or vested rights before December of '08, and whether they had substantial work on that prior to that date. That's what this is all about.
The saddest thing about this whole event is that you have put very fine administrative officials for the city of Los Angeles, I'm not talking about us, the city council, I'm talking about people at the building and safety department and the planning department, at risk. You put them in a horrible position, and I would not want to be any one of them right now. This is not the way that we should operate. Everybody in the room assumed that Ms. Perry wanted to ensure that this project was going to be shielded from the moratorium, and these department officials did that, and I think they had every right to assert that. Now they are being threatened with arrest and imprisonment. I mean, that is insane. That is insane. And so I'm asking you again, how do we cure this to capture the original intent of the council at that time, which was to exempt this project from this project, and how many others do we have that may fall into this category?
Mike LeGrand, Department of City Planning, Chief Zoning Administrator.
Anyway.
There are not a windfall of projects like many people have stated. There are a few projects that have development agreement that have sign rights. Most of those projects with development agreements and specific plans that have sign rights have utilized those rights previously. There are a few projects that we're aware of, and all of them have different circumstances, again, because it's a very technical read that we're working on with our partners in this, the Department of Building and Safety, but there is not a windfall of projects that would be subject to the same type of review. There are very few projects that have development agreements that incorporate sign rights that have not been utilized yet.
Okay, so again, I asked the city attorney to give us advice as to how to correct the incongruity between the ordinance as you interpret it and the intent of the city council at the time we passed the ordinance.
I think you have to comply with federal law. And that means anyone who had a signed permit before December 22nd, 2008, and did substantial work on that sign permit before December 2008, they get a sign installation. That's federal law. That's what we're complying with. That's how you correct it, and you abide by that judge's ruling. The only way around that is if we prevail in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal, and as written in the ordinance, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals allows us to have certain exemptions, which we wrote into the ordinance. That's how we deal with this situation. That's been our position since we inherited this 90 days ago. We're trying to comply with a court order. We inherited a situation that, unfortunately, a federal judge had to try to correct. And we are trying to abide by that and advise this council. And I'm sorry that there's an issue, people have an issue of trust, but as your lawyer, we have to advise you of what we believe the law is, and sometimes we have to advise you what the consequences are. We're not making policy. We have to tell you what we think the consequences are. You make the decision. Whatever decision you make, we will represent you to the best of our ability. And I would say this, all you have to do is look at our record. When we came in here and made certain recommendations, we then defended those recommendations after your decision on August 7th and August 14th, and we prevailed in front of a federal judge who previously, as recently as March of 2009, had held this city in contempt for not complying with its orders. And if you look at Judge Collins' order of October 6th of this year, she said the city has turned a corner. And I believe the city is moving in the right direction. That's where I'm operating from as your attorney, and I hope we can earn your trust, and if there are consequences, you'll listen to us. You don't have to. If you make a decision, we'll defend it.
We have Mr. Smith for the first time, and then Ms. Perry to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was actually going to call the question, but something just came up that I can't be silent about. I don't understand how our city attorney can sit here a year ago in the Los Lomas case, a project that was never had a sticker built, a project didn't have any signs up, had no plans approved, had nothing done other than we'd been looking at it for a number of years, and this city attorney's office sat here in this council and said they have vested rights because we were looking at their plans. We never approved a plan, we never approved water right, we never approved a single thing. And yet our city attorney's office said, they've got vested rights. You've got to let them proceed. Well, fortunately, I'm not an attorney, and I'm not saying it as fortunately I'm not an attorney. It's fortunate that as not an attorney, I was correct in saying they have no rights. We went to court, we won. We went to appellate court, we won a unanimous decision. And now you sit here and say that a company that proceeded to build a huge facility in our city to bring back thousands of jobs, encourage our economy to grow, has built half their billboards, has no vested rights. I don't understand that conflict. That is completely diametrical to what this city attorney's office said to us a year ago on a project that hadn't built a goddamn thing. Excuse me. I don't understand that. That just doesn't make any sense to it. I believe that this company proceeded in good faith. This council proceeded in good faith. We prepared a development agreement which your attorney's office writes, and it vests in two people the right to make that decision, the planning director and the building and safety department. You wrote that. To now say we want to take that away from them exposes us to an incredible amount of liability, and I do not want to go down that road. I think we lose, and we lose big, if we follow your instructions today, because you put us at great risk for a company that had the right to build a building. They said they're going to do everything they can to build this building, put in the electrical, put in everything, and at the end of the day they need a piece of paper to put up a final sign. They proceeded under good faith. And for us now to withhold that piece of paper puts us at great, great jeopardy, and that's not a thing I want to do.
If I may answer your question. I was not here a year ago, so I'm not privy to the decisions that were made there, but that's a totally different situation. It doesn't involve First Amendment, and as far as I can tell, there wasn't a federal judge overseeing.
No, you just said this hinges around the word vested rights.
That's correct.
You brought that up.
That's correct.
That was the same decision that the city attorney made a year ago on Los Lomas. It hinged on vested rights.
Correct.
Vested rights are vested rights.
But it didn't involve First Amendment. It's a different issue, Councilman. First Amendment is different than Las Lomas.
And for us to say
That's why we're in here.
for us to then say that they can't put up their billboard is an infringement upon their constitutional rights. That's what the courts
It's an
have said.
infringement on anyone else who can't get their billboards as well. That's the issue.
Not if they had a pre-existing contract, and that's very clear.
It has nothing to do with contract. It's a permit.
It's a permit you're not willing to issue at the end of the day.
I don't
It's a
issue
piece
the
of paper.
permits.
Well, you're saying they can't, and they're saying they can. And that's what our rules allow them to make that decision.
My advice is different. I'm not telling anyone they can't do anything. My advice is, and I'm not saying they don't have the authority to do it. They can make that decision. They can make a determination as to vested rights as to billboards. However, our position is we think the safer course is to allow Judge Collins to look at this situation and allow AAG to have their 16 billboards up for on-site signs, and these 6 off-site signs will have to wait maybe a week or two until we get a decision from Judge Collins, rather than roll the dice on 6 signs and then we see what happens.
Okay, and thank you. And I appreciate that. I want to remind the City Council that the City Attorney's opinion is just that. It is an opinion. And this council, with 8 votes, makes the decision, not the City Attorney.
And I'm
I
giving you
appreciate
my
your
advice.
opinion. I appreciate your opinion. I think it puts us at jeopardy and risk for lawsuits that we will not prevail upon. Thank you.
Ms. Perry.
Mr. President, and just to close, I want to reflect back on the day that we did take the moratorium vote, and I don't remember whether you were there or Mr. Carter, but I do remember my great hesitation, although I did vote for it, and you have some very skilled attorneys on your staff, and I have to say that I appreciate working with them over the years. But what I did say, because we were in the midst of the Galen Center undoing, again, of an action that we had already voted on, Mayor had signed off, and the City Attorney's staff was in the process of, I don't even know what your objective was, but it was getting undone while ultimately you did grant the permit. So I had great concern, which I did document on the record, and I did ask one of your attorneys whether or not the ordinance would allow vested projects to go forward. I'm not asking a question. I'm saying this for the record. And I was told yes, and that I could trust the advice that I was getting from council that day. I do remember saying that.
That's
because
correct.
we were in the midst of the Galen Center discussion, and like I said, I call it a fiasco, but anyway, it worked out.
That was a
let me
vested
just say
right.
this. The intent was clear to exempt projects with vested rights, projects protected by development agreements that have vested rights. The ordinance in August didn't mention specific development agreements. It did not have to. We don't put specific project in ordinances. We don't go, oh, by the way, and exempt project X, Y, Z. We don't do that. They're protected by development agreements. This is no different. Now, I want to clarify that, you made this constant reference to having to go into closed session. Now, I got a letter here dated October the 22nd to Mr. Chan, and apparently it was widely distributed all over the building from your office, and it's not privileged. The letter was delivered last night, not marked privileged as is customary, and it seems to belie the claim that we have to give confidential advice to a client. And I got to tell you, I'm not comfortable with being represented by someone who implies or even intimates that they may turf me over to the DA for prosecution because I'm doing my job. So, I've got a couple of motions in here, but before I go over those motions, I also want to point out one other thing for the record. I got a copy of the specific plan here. This is called the Los Angeles Sports and Entertainment District Specific Plan, okay? And I appreciate what Mr. Zine was trying to do, but he got one part a little bit twisted. The reason we have the specific plan for the sports and entertainment corridor is because it is a uniquely positioned area, sports and entertainment. And because of that, the question of what would normally be construed as off-site can be considered as long as it's within the sports and entertainment corridor. Yeah, you're right. They can put up their on-site signs now. You're absolutely right. The issue is regarding content. The issue is regarding sponsorship. It's what was alluded to earlier with contractual obligations, financing package. That's the issue at bar here. That is what AG's fighting over. That is what I'm stunned that somebody doesn't seem to get over there in the city attorney's office. It's in the specific plan. You go to the page 70 where it says, whenever any ambiguity or uncertainty exists related to this specific plan, the application of this specific plan, so that it is difficult to determine the precise application of these provisions, the director, and I think in this case maybe the planning director, shall, upon application by an owner, operator, or lessee, issue written interpretations on the requirement of the specific plan consistent with the purpose and intent of the specific plan. And just so, we can be clear and there's no confusion down the road, I also have a motion here that asks for a clarification. It's going to be a technical correction in order to more accurately reflect the intent of the City Council with regard to this matter to achieve conformity with state law, and we'll do a correction on the ordinance section 3 and paragraphs 9 through 11, and it'll say, notwithstanding the provisions of section 1226A3 of this code, the prohibition shall not apply to any permit issued if the Department of Building and Safety determines that prior to the effective date of this ordinance, both substantial liabilities have been incurred and substantial work has been performed on site in accordance with the terms of the permit pursuant to section 91.106.4.3.1 of this code. So we'll do a correction on that so we don't have to keep doing this dance. I've also introduced a motion to ask the CAO to look for some funding sources for us, even within the city attorney's office, in the event that we have to retain counsel, because your boss indicated that he would have a conflict in this issue with me and my position, which is why I'd have to get bounced over to the DA's office. So I'm not really sure how I could have the city attorney represent me on this particular issue in the future, because he's already indicated he may have a conflict. So I want to be proactive, and I've got this motion in to ask the CAO to help us out and take a look at some potential sources of funding. So I just want to clarify again that I'd like to ask my colleagues if they would, I'd like to make a motion actually, just to ask that my colleagues join me in supporting or condoning the actions of the General Manager of the Department of Building and Safety in the issuance of the permits in this case regarding the Regal Theaters. And do I have a second? Oh, thank you.
Mr. Zine.
I have a second, a third, and a fourth. Thank you. Okay.
All right,
That's
with
it.
that, those
I'm
are
done.
accepted as friendly amendments without objection. As amended, we have that motion before us.
And, Mr. President, that would include 10A as well?
Yes. There's no objection to that as well. Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved, and we will send that forthwith without objection. Okay, next item. If we can take up item 21 out of order as well, item 21.
Yes, Mr. President, 21 was being held on the desk, and there is a substitute motion that has been circulated, as well as an amending motion.
Okay. You okay? All right, item 21 is before us. We also have amendments to it. Mr. Smith, do you want to recognize on 21? Police hiring. Did you want to be heard on the, Mr. Zine?
Mr. Garcia,
The chair is Mr. Parks and Mr. Smith get first crack. If they defer to Mr. Zine as the maker of the motion, they can. He's the second in line usually, and the person called the special is third. Okay, Dennis, go ahead, Mr. Zine.
On this particular matter, we've had the motion seconded and approved, and I think we have agreement with different parties, different council members on police hiring practice, that we would stay with the numbers. We have monthly meetings with the personnel and public safety committees, and we would gauge additional hiring, but a commitment to stay with the numbers 9962. I believe it was 9962 was the number that...
63.
9963, that we would agree to maintain that number, and we will monitor on a monthly basis to make sure we have the funds to support that. And with that, I think we have the approval from the committee of budget and of personnel, and also of the Public Safety Committee, with the latest modification with conditions for safeguard for the city budget and also the fact that we would maintain the adequacy of the Los Angeles Police Department. So we would recommend approval on this matter. I think we have folks that are here from the police department if we need them to testify, but if we can expedite that to approve this particular matter, number 21, with unanimous support, showing our support for the LAPD within the budget that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And colleagues, I just wanted to speak about this briefly. I was excused today for city business, but for personal business, but I do want to speak to this really quickly, and I appreciate the chairs and the maker of the motions, indulgences. Mr. Smith and I, together with Mr. Zine and Mr. Parks, Mr. Koretz, Mr. Rosendahl, and Ms. Perry, put this together. I think it's a great resolution to the issue, which has really been a personnel issue of whether or not we have the department staying on top of hiring. We can't get out of flux on the budget because we just can't afford that this year. This maintains that control here to make sure that we move forward with classes only as we can afford them and as we get to the 9963. But the 9963 number, not one more, not one less, is what our goal in our adopted budget continues to be. It should stick to that. If we're going to reopen the entire budget, we should do that not just on police hiring, but everything. And we may need to do that if it's anything goes south this year. But good news in the last 2 days on the labor front allows us, I know folks said, again, we have a $400 million deficit. We don't. We've been saving money and chipping away at that all year. It's way down from that and should continue to be way down. But this makes sure that we will stay on track. So I ask for your support as well, and I look forward to those monthly reports that will be coming to us to maintain our momentum, but at the same time not overstepping that momentum too. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Mr. Parks on the queue.
There you are. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to stand in support of the motion, but I'd just like to make sure that as we get those joint meetings of public safety and personnel, that we keep a close eye on the financial basis, because we did not do well on the shared sacrifice. My understanding is that the budget for the police at this time is somewhere in excess of $6 million over, and so that has to play into those discussions as we go forward in next fiscal or next calendar year as it relates to those issues. And I think it's important, as I spoke to the President of the Council, to discuss the issue of these items as we go forward with these recommendations. They're coming to full Council for us to discuss and approve, as opposed to finding out later that we have overspent. I don't think we can afford this year, as we've done in the past, to come up with June and say, give me a motion so I can meet payroll. I just don't think we can afford that, and so we're going to have to go into debt or spend money knowingly up front as opposed to the other side. So I would hope as those mid-month meetings, a part of that is to look at the financial impact, because that's going to be what drives the entire city budget.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. I now have Mr. Zine.
I just wanted to, thank you, Madam President, just want to assure Councilmember Parks that the reason we're going to have the personnel and the public safety meetings monthly is so we can make sure that we do have the financial resources. And I sit on both the Personnel Committee as the chair and the Public Safety Committee as a member, and Mr. Smith is the chair of the Public Safety Committee and a member of the Budget and Finance. So I think with that combined effort, we will be able to make sure that we safeguard the dollars, at the same time adequately deploy our police officers. And I'm pleased to report that as of today, we are 25 over our allocation. So while we're not going to have a class in November, December, we will then monitor this in November and December, and then we will continue with that. But I want to assure that the dollars to pay for this is paramount, and you do have assurance of me and my colleague, Councilmember Smith. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zine, would you take the chair? Because I have an amendment I would like to add to this.
Okay, as we switch chairs to Councilmember Hahn on this matter.
Thank you. Colleagues, I decided to include in this, along with Mr. Koretz, asking for those 16 police officers at LAX which are not reimbursed by LAWA, which are general funded, asking that as a part of this we get those reassigned back out onto the streets of Los Angeles. I think what we're doing here is talking about how we can be fiscally responsible with a limited number of officers. How can we make the best use of our resources? And I think as we move forward with this item, I plan to support this, but I think that we have 120, I believe, LAPD officers out at the airport, which are reimbursed by LAWA. We also have a full police force of our airport police, but these 16 officers have consistently, we've been told by LAWA that they're underutilized out there. They will not, under their FAA rules, reimburse us for those officers. So I think as a part of this, in good faith, we just ask that those 16 officers get reassigned back out on the streets of Los Angeles so that we can have more accountability and be more responsible in our resources. So I would ask that you approve this amendment as part of what we're doing with our police hiring. Thank you.
And that amending motion would go with the additional, that's part of the deployment of the police department, which is obviously a request that we would make onto them. And then that matters before us with that package. No one else is on the queue. Mr. Clerk, we have that amending motion.
Yes,
and
Mr. President.
Secondary.
Item 21C has been circulated to all members. The substitute motion that has been introduced, that will substitute for the Budget and Finance and Public Safety Committees? Is that the will of the body?
Yes.
That's the will of the body. And the police department's here. Is there any comment by the police department? Are you accepting to that? Okay. Police department representatives are here, and they accept the current measure as it's moving forward with the amendment. So with that, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Thank you very much. That matter is complete. Thank you, police representatives, for being here since 10 o'clock this morning. Forthwith, right now. Thank you very much, Mr. LeBones. Next item, please.
Item 7 was called special for cards.
Number 7, we have Arnold Sachs. Arnold Sachs in the audience. Arnold Sachs, I don't see him here. We have Mary Benson. Mary Benson here. I don't see Mary Benson in the audience. And we have John Walsh. John Walsh is here. On number 7, Mr. Walsh.
It would be rude to leave you people here. When I come here, I will stay to the end, to the amending, to all of the dearly departed people that we honor at the end of the meeting. I'm not going to walk out on this. This is the best entertainment in town. It's better than anything Lewicki presents at his place. This is about stimulus. HollywoodHighlands.org for all the information on stimulus. I want to thank you. My knees are a little bent from crawling around City Council. And the most important thing when I end, I want you to realize, be very, very quiet. The mayor is sleeping in his office.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. The matter is now before us.
Mr. President, there is no action required on this today.
Well, that matter is before us, and there's no action required. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next item, please.
Item 13, called special by Councilmember Koretz.
Mr. Koretz, Paul Koretz. Mr. Koretz, Paul Koretz, number 13. Oh. Number 13, Paul. Move it forward.
Yes.
It's me.
Oh, Ms. Hahn?
I'm like going, Mr. Koretz. He actually called it special for me.
Okay, Ms. Hahn.
Council colleagues, friends, I just wanted to say thank you in advance because I know you're going to support. This is action we're taking today is finally to approve the installation of a traffic signal at Broad Avenue and Pacific Coast Highway in Wilmington. And you know, when it's all said and done, all the big issues we grapple with here on the City Council, what matters most to our constituents is usually traffic signals, sidewalks, potholes, tree trimming, the things that really improve the quality of life in their communities. This intersection has been a dangerous intersection. It's right adjacent to Banning High School, and if nothing else we can do, colleagues, we are responsible for ensuring the safety of our kids walking to and from school, and I think traffic signals are the ultimate safe passage action that we can do here. So it's been a long time coming. You know how long things take, but I am so happy we're finally moving forward, installing this intersection. It'll improve traffic flow, but it will more importantly keep our kids safe when they're walking to and from that great high school in Wilmington. So thank you for your support in approving this today.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Very well. Next item, please.
Item 14, called special for cards.
Number 14, Dr. Williams, not here. Arnold Sachs, not here. John Walsh is here. Mr. Walsh, number 14.
Number 14. These are the special events, which, as Eric said, we're trying to whittle down the $400 million that wrote HollywoodHighlands.org. If you're interested in the sleeping mayor. Vietnam Memorial, of course, $830, excellent. Blessed Sacrament Carnival, I've actually gone to that carnival in the past, $1,100, reasonable. What's not reasonable here is $55,000 for the Taste of Soul. $55,000. I want a taste of that kind of soul. You've seen me here on my hands and knees. I want a taste of $55,000. HollywoodHighlands.org. Find out whether the mayor is awake or asleep 24 hours a day on our website.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. On that item, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item, please.
Item 15, called special for cards.
Number 15. That man's not in the audience, so that matter is before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That matter passes. Next item, please.
Item 22, called special for cards.
We have Mr. Walsh again. Mr. Walsh, number 22. 1 minute, Mr. Walsh.
These, again, are more special events. We've won on the special event. We have really whittled down special event money. And incidentally, I'm going to leave now on my hands and knees to follow Tim Lewicki because he's promised me a dog bone. But I'll share it with the City Council, HollywoodHighlands.org.
All right, that matter is before us.
And, Mr. President, for the record, there is a substitute motion on C.
There is a substitute motion without objection. The substitute motion is accepted. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Very well. I think that completes our agenda for today, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are two specials today. There's a special one, and the maker of the motion will speak to the findings.
And the special one is by?
That is by Councilmember Rosendahl.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, please indulge me for one quick second. I'm exercising findings that I think Rule 23 would allow us to do about farmer markets. Colleagues, the council action today pursuant to Rule 23 of the Rules of City Council since Monday, October 26, is an ordinance implementation date, and we still do not have a report back from the CLA about the farmers market's new fees and cost structure. Yes, we all know that ordinances take effect on Monday, yet we did not think it would take over a month to obtain the accurate fees and costs from our CLA and various departments. How can we conscientiously let this ordinance take effect without all the information in front of us? Those are the findings, Mr. President.
Thank you. No one on the queue. Mr. City Attorney, any comments on this? No comments from our City Attorney? Very well. Mr. Koretz.
Yeah, I just wanted to join in agreement with Mr. Rosendahl, but without knowing what the real costs are, I think this is crazy to implement this. I think we need the time to actually figure out what we're talking about in terms of what we're going to be putting on these folks in the community. So I ask that you join Mr. Rosendahl in his efforts on this item.
Mr. City Attorney?
Mr. Zahn, in answer to your earlier question about comments, I question the effectiveness of this motion because it would take an ordinance to rescind or amend the ordinance that was already adopted.
Mr. Rosendahl?
Colleagues to exercise Rule 23, and I would like that approval, and then I'd like to discuss the motion going forward.
Okay, on Rule 23, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Very well.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And basically, let me, without going through the whole motion, do the therefore, that the City Council, as provided in Section 54954.2b2 of the Government Code and pursuant to Rule 23 of the Rules of the City Council, that there is a need to take immediate action on this matter. I therefore further move that the Council request the Bureau of Street Services, as well as any other affected city department, to determine implementation of any farmers market-related fees and costs for an additional 2 weeks in order to allow for the CLA to complete the terms of the new farmers market fee structure. I further move that any regular scheduled farmers markets taking place between October 26th and November 9th, whose permits have been expired during this period, be allowed to continue without penalty for this duration. That's my motion, Mr. President.
Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I think this has been asked and answered. I mean, we've asked everybody with farmers markets months ago to go back and rearrange them. The city staff has said they'll go out and help them. But the key is, if you keep deferring, you're just eating into LADOT's money that they don't have. We've already exhausted their overtime. They don't have overtime to deal with. Every office has a subsidy account that nobody has used. And so rather than taking money out of DOT's overtime account that doesn't exist, it would appear this is the appropriate time to start subsidizing. But we have deferred this now time and time again, and there is no money in LADOT to pay for these deferrals. They are on overtime on these special events. And so we had asked months ago for everybody to get with their farmers markets, rework them, see if they could be put on secondary streets, see if they can go on private property. And again, there is no money in LADOT to pay for this, and all you're going to ask them to do is go in the hole where we, as a general fund, are going to have to find a way to supplement their budget. Every office, as of the 26th, has a year of funds to spend in 8 months. And that appears where it would be most appropriate, rather than deferring, if you would take some of those funds and give them the DOT and allow them to use them to deal with your farmers markets.
Mr. Rosendahl, we have
Mr. Parks, my esteemed colleague, let me just say this. We have 8 farmers markets in my district. 6 have worked it all out. The other 2 have tried to work with the city and get the numbers. They're willing to do it. But you don't approve something when you don't know what it is. And this will urge the CLA. They have 2 weeks. All they need is one phone call or a couple of meetings, or no meetings at all. Just let us know what it is so we can get it over with. But it's unfair to my Mar Vista market and to my West LA market that they don't know what they have as an obligation. We are more than willing to work, but it's just putting the CLA on notice. 2 weeks, get us those numbers. We obviously are going forward with this policy.
Well, let me just comment. We've had 2 weeks on top of 2 weeks squared. And so the issue is, all I'm saying is that if you have subsidy money in your office account, that should be where we go into it and allow LADOT to spend that money rather than the general fund have to supplement farmers markets in one district. And so the money's there. It's just a matter of what pot you want to use. There is no money in LADOT.
We understand that. It has nothing to do with that. It just has to do with a real cost, if there is a cost, to these last 2 markets, at least in my district. And frankly, we're willing to pay if we have to pay, but we've got to have the professional respect of the folks in my community to know what the cost is. They put up their own signs, they put up their own barriers. All we want to know is why does Mar Vista or West LA, and what is the dollar figure? That's all. 2 weeks, that's all.
I'll second your motion that you
Thank you.
use your funds
Thank you.
to pay for that.
Well, God bless you. Thank you.
And while we're blessing everyone, Mr. Walsh, public speaking card, Mr. Walsh.
HollywoodHighlands.org. We agree. I mean, Farmers Market is the lifeblood of this city. It's one of the few places where you can get food that isn't poisoned. Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl.
All right, that matter is now before us. Mr. Koretz, did you have another comment? Mr. Koretz? I see your name up again.
Yeah, again, I just wanted to say that the fee structure without numbers is a blank check. I don't see why we can't take 2 weeks to actually fill in that blank check and know what we're talking about in terms of dollars. It's either a blank check to the farmers markets or a blank check to the council offices. Either way, I think it's detrimental. We should know what dollars we're talking about.
All right, that matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 eyes.
Very well, thank you. Next item, Mr. Clerk, forthwith on that matter. Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
There is a special 2, and the city attorney will speak to the findings.
Mr. City Attorney, number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the posting of today's agenda, the Board of Recreation and Parks Commissioners acted to approve actions regarding the East Wilmington Greenbelt Community Center. Immediate action is required to waive assertion of Charter Section 245 jurisdiction of the actions so that the board action becomes final before the October 26th deadline. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Very well. Who's the maker of that motion? Ms. Hahn? Do you wish to speak on that matter?
This would be on the findings.
Nothing on the findings? Open the roll on the findings, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 eyes.
On the matter? Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 eyes.
Very well. Forthwith on number 23. All right, colleagues, I think that completes the agenda. Is that right, Brian?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posted and referred?
And that clears the desk.
Very well. Mr. Smith for an announcement.
Yeah, thank you. Members of the council, the University of Southern California School of Public Policy is the 4th highest rated school of public policy in the country. Last night we honored one of our own members as a Guardian Award, which is the highest award given by the University of Southern California to people in the field of public policy. And I want us to stand and recognize our colleague, Mr. Parks and I were there last night, Jan Perry, for winning the Guardian Award from the University of Southern California. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any other announcements? Mr. LaBonge?
Following that, Ms. Perry, why don't you announce the great civic ceremony tomorrow at 10 a.m. at First and Main? I'm throwing it back to you. Okay, let's hear it for Jan Perry again. Give the announcement tomorrow.
10 a.m.
You're going to make the announcement.
Ms. Perry?
We are going to have the grand opening of the police headquarters tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The public is invited. It is a beautiful building, and there's lots of interesting aspects to it, and it's going to be a beautiful ceremony. The memorial is in place, and I hope that you all come down and take a look at it and remember those we lost on our behalf, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other announcements, colleagues?
Yes,
Mr. LaBonge?
41 years ago, we bought property on Monon Street, and the LA Unified did, to fix the field at John Marshall High. It took 41 years, unfortunately, but thanks to Prop K and Mike Hernandez, thank you for your work then as a council members. Yoli Flores Aguilar, our school board member, as well as the superintendent and others, we'll get a new field at John Marshall High today, which will be dedicated at 6 p.m. tonight. Just want to thank the voters of Los Angeles for that.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. I want to remind our viewers that at Sunday, from 8 to 4, the 14th annual Cops for Tots Car and Motorcycle Show at the LAPD Academy, 1880 Academy Road, just behind Dodger Stadium. Everyone's invited. Again, that's the 14th annual Cops for Tots car and motorcycle show at the LAPD Academy in Elysian Park. Everyone's invited. Any other announcements? Ms. Hahn's going to play football with Mr. Labange here. Mr. Labange has the football. Adjourning motions. Ms. Hahn?
Thank you, colleagues. I'd like to adjourn today.
Everyone, please stand.
I'd like to adjourn today in the memory of Rudolph Vincent De Leon. We knew him as Rudy De Leon, who passed away on October 19th. He was 85. Rudy was a lifetime resident of Los Angeles with an accomplished career in law enforcement and teaching. He was also a proud family man and was married to his beloved wife, Helen, for 59 years until her passing. During the course of his 31-year LAPD career, he held the distinction of being the first Mexican-American to be promoted to the rank of captain. He served the East Los Angeles community, where he was the founding members of the Hollenbeck Youth Center. After retiring from the police department in 1978, Rudy's subsequent careers included boxing commissioner and state parole board member, assistant to the state attorney general, and sheriff ombudsman for the county of Los Angeles. Rudy was also instrumental, and this is where I came to know him really well, in the founding of the Gang Alternatives Program. You've heard me talk about that since I was elected, an organization that works to keep kids from joining gangs in the first place. I served as president of that organization several years and as a board member, and Rudy was one of our finest members of that program. Rudy had a passion for boxing, college football, marathon running. He was an avid Trojan and faithfully attended games his entire life. He ran a total of 81 marathons and completed his final marathon at the young age of 77. Rudy is survived by 3 siblings, Jesse, Gloria, and Manuel, 4 children, Cynthia, Rudolph, the second, Stephen, and Regina, 9 grandchildren, and he had 4 great-grandchildren. There will be a viewing at Gamby Mortuary in Lomita from 1 to 5 on Sunday, this Sunday, and then on this Monday, October 26th at 10 in the morning, there will be a memorial and funeral mass at St. Margaret Mary Church in Lomita. Rudy was just a really wonderful human being. He was a man of dignity. He was such a gentleman and really loved young people and really wanted to keep giving them positive alternatives in their life. He lived a great life, but boy, we're going to miss Rudy De Leon.
I want to add on that, all members for Rudy De Leon. He was also a World War II Navy combat veteran, and his son works Metropolitan Division. He's a 3+1 assigned to the Mounted Unit LAPD. Also, Rudy was the founder of the Latin American Law Enforcement Association, LALE. I knew Rudy personally, just a wonderful man, led Hollenbeck, created an environment there with the community that was spectacular. I know that many people worked under his command, and when he left the department, he was still well connected with the department, not only with his son being a member of the department, but his love for LAPD continued. I remember a boxing jacket he received, the LAPD. He was so proud to wear that, and just a bright smile every time he met Rudy De Leon. God bless him. Mr. Parks, I know you want to join in this adjourning motion. All members for Rudy De Leon. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think if you've not worked around Rudy, you would not appreciate just how he impacted each and every person. Rudy was one of those individuals that when you spoke with him, you had the feeling you were the only one in the room. And he was the one that found a way to deal with a variety of issues. The stories he tell in his earlier years were just phenomenal, the kind of police work he did. But one of the things I think will be his long-standing legacy for the city, even today for people that have been in the Hollenbeck area for a while, they still rate captains in Hollenbeck as to Rudy De Leon. I mean, it's amazing that people have been around. They've talked about new captain, is he going to be or is she going to be as good as Rudy was? And that gives you a clue of the impact of those that have been around. But Rudy, in fact, the people that were here today, we honored for the World Boxing Hall of Fame. Rudy was a part of that. Rarely could you go to a Hall of Fame dinner that Rudy wasn't there. He knew those fighters. He was the first person that I heard of in Los Angeles that said, there's a little skinny kid that's in Hollenbeck Youth Center that's going to be an Olympic champion. That was Paul Gonzalez. He saw him when he was this big and watched him grow, and Paul Gonzalez, at 84, won the gold medal. So he has made an impact. And I would just hope one day that Hollenbeck Station bears his name. So.
I second that, too. Any other comments? Attorney motions? Mr. LaBonge?
Yeah, I'd like to ask we adjourn a member of Cullen Bryant, who was a great Los Angeles Ram for 13 years, tremendous athlete, went to the University of Colorado. He's survived by his 3 brothers and 2 sons. I also like to ask we adjourn in memory of Milton Supman, who was born in North Carolina, but he's better known to us all as Soupy Sales. He was a tremendous comedian, and especially for children, too, as his children's program. Milton Supman, better known as Soupy Sales. Thank you. Well, we got it.
I have an adjourning motion for a friend who I worked with at LAPD, retired Sergeant Phil Jackson, serial number 17347, passed away September 29th in Buena Park, California. Phil Jackson, Sergeant, was born October 31st, 1950 in Los Angeles, appointed to the department February 22nd, 1972. He retired March 1st, 2009. Last assigned to Harbor area, survived by his wife, Sherry, sons Robert, and daughters Erwin and Tracy. Memorial service will be Monday at Downey Memorial Christian Church in Downey at 1 p.m. Phil Jackson worked for me at Hollywood. Just a wonderful man. He retired March 1st of this year. He didn't get a year out of retirement and passed away. All members on that, Sergeant Phil Jackson, may he rest in peace. Mr. Clerk. Thank you. We are now adjourned. We will return on Tuesday. Have a good weekend, everyone. Thank you from LA City Council.